I'm Bianca. I'm the owner of Piscini, and we are a rental house here in Culver City, California. And we rent cameras, lenses, and we offer childcare during the preps. So if you are a camera assistant and you have a kid and you don't have childcare on the day of the prep, you could bring your kid here. Of course, during the pandemic, it's a bit delicate, but the kids' room is here and getting more and more toys for when it's easier and for everyone. So this won't change after the pandemic, and we're excited. So welcome everyone. Rachel and Lauren have prepared a great workshop. You should see their feed.
Hi, welcome. My name is Rachel Dusa. Thanks for joining us at our first remote AC workshop. This is my guest Lauren Peele here with me today. Everyone say hello. We're here at Cine. We want to give them, of course, a huge thanks. Thank you so much for offering the gear for us, the space, so that we can run this today with you. Just so you're all aware, we're going to be wearing PPE for our own protection today. We will be removing our masks in order to speak one at a time, and the other person will step back for our own safety. Currently, Lauren and I are both working on the L word for Showtime. So we're currently being tested regularly. We're working in a pod together, which is part of why we can run this workshop in the same room safely and feel comfortable doing so in order to teach you all. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. I'm going to set my handy little hand unit down. Man, on a rhythm of this. So as said before, for the purposes of the workshop, we'll be removing our masks to speak, but for our own protection, we'll be keeping our face shields on just to protect our eyes since we're exposed technically. But to get us started, I want to talk about the duties of the first AC, why we're here in general, what do we do? So as the first AC, if you're aware and have some light experience in the camera department and know the general hierarchy, you typically have a utility or a loader at the bottom, then you have your second AC, your first AC, your operator, and your director of photography. So the first AC, a lot of people know them generally as the main camera technician. They're the focus puller. They're there to really assist the operator and the director of photography. And from a technical standpoint, combine whatever resources you have to work with, depending on your budget, and carry out whatever vision they have for the film in hand. And I'm going to go ahead and pass this next point off to Lauren Peele, and she'll go ahead and introduce herself as well. Stepping back.
Hey everyone, I'm Lauren Peele. Like Rachel said, I'm a fellow focus puller in 600, and I have a master's in cinematography, and I've been doing this for over 7 years at this point. Rachel and I both work together, like she said, on the L word for Showtime. I'm the A first, she's the B first, so we get to have fun with each other every single day. So basically, like Rachel said, we've got a hierarchy that goes on in our department. And it's important, especially in my position as the A first, to communicate with that hierarchy. So below me is the second, the utility. We have the DIT in our department as well. And it's my job as the key, since I'm the A first, to communicate plans that happen, any changes that happen. Say that we've got to load in somewhere. I'm the one that needs to make sure that the team knows what we need to do. And also, I set the tone for the entire department. So as the A first, if you're stressed, everybody else is going to be stressed. If you're chill, everybody else is going to take a chill ride with you too.
So with that being said, clear communication as a first AC is absolutely key. You need to know when to bring up certain points, when to fight your battles. You need to know when to say no and when to step up. That's a huge part of being a first. You're often wearing, for example, on our show, we're often wearing 3 ears at a time. So you have to have really great critical listening skills and be able to funnel in all those different conversations, interpret them, and then translate them into, once again, the real practical aspect of what you need to make happen in order to carry out your director of photography's vision, which can, of course, be very complicated. We all know that we work in different environments with different resources all the time. So there's no one solution for that. And that's part of why we're creative professionals. We have to take that spirit into account. And while our job is very technical, there's always going to be a creative side to it, because our cameras, after all, are a tool. We can modify them and build them to however we need to work with them in order to achieve that vision that we're striving for. So clear communication is so key. You need to learn when to be quiet, how to effectively choose your words, and when it's time to push them out.
So Rachel brought up resources. And one of the big things as a first is you need to do your homework. So say that you're working with a new camera, just came out. Well, if you don't know how to use that camera yet, use resources like Cine, for instance. Rental houses are a great tool to help you. You can call them up, say, hey, can I have a demo of this camera? Can I have a demo of this wireless follow focus? Or I see that Teradek just came out with a wireless transmitter receiver video system that I'd love to check out. And they can also help provide you information for the vendors. They have very close contact with the vendors. And so they can help link you up to get any questions that you might need as well answered. There's also manuals. When Rachel and I were in school, we had books that were great resources. Obviously, the ASC has their handbook to help us with any technical type things, because it's important that if we don't talk to the manufacturers, if we don't do our homework, then we could wind up in a situation on set where we could put somebody in danger by not knowing how to use equipment properly. We could also explode equipment, which also leads to danger. And if you're not well versed with it, a lot of people say faking it till you make it sometimes. Sometimes it can make you not look so good and can put your department behind, and time is money in this industry.
So after you've done your homework, and by the way, at the end of this workshop, we'll be providing some online resources and links, because like we said, we had to look at books before, but guess what? We have the internet at our hands today, which is how you're getting to talk with us right now, of course. So we'll be providing some links to resources. And of course, if you do want to get the books and read a good old book, you can go buy one, pick it up. Highly recommend the resources that we're going to show you at the end of today. But after doing your homework, and once you actually get into a space where you get to prep a camera, it is so important to prep every single thing. I cannot stress that enough. The one thing you don't check, I promise you, will be the one thing that screws you on the day every time. There have been shoots where I don't get preps because of the budget, and I'm sure a lot of you fall into this if you're working with lower budget productions, where they say, like, you know, we can't really pay for a prep. I go ahead and personally let the producers know every single time that there's a reason why we do preps. And if we're not going to account for a prep before a production, they need to budget the contingency time to deal with any fallout on the day, because I didn't get to handle that in the prep. There's no way that you can ensure that a piece of gear is going to work if a technician hasn't had the time to properly check it out, correct? So there's no reason why I would ever promise that to someone that's going to pay me to do that job. So I go ahead and, once again, clear communication, foresight is huge, anticipation. Go ahead and let them know, like, there's a reason we do preps. There's a reason we need to check everything. And even at the end of the day, they don't let you do it. that time when you get onto set, and I've been here many, many, many times, you show up, there's a piece missing, there's something broken, and then they have to send out a runner for 30, 45 minutes. But what you can do then at that point is say, I brought this up beforehand. And there's no way that that can fall back on you. So having foresight and anticipation, which is a skill that you've hopefully sort of worked on as a second AC or a lower position, that sort of fly on the wall, active listening, anticipatory energy is very, very important for your entire job as a first, and letting productions know of any issues that you see coming up ahead of time, especially at prep, or if you don't get a prep. If you don't get a prep, try to get a list from your director of photography, check their email through, try to find out where they're going to, with a vendor, for example, or a rental house, because then you can at least do your due diligence, reach out to the rental house, try to get a formal list, try to prepare yourself as best as possible, even though your team might not necessarily be doing so, because that's what makes a great assistant, is setting yourself up for consistent success.
So that being said, it's important to, once you get into the field, obviously you've prepped your camera, or in some cases, as Rachel said, you don't get a prep. The next part is focus. That is also a part of the first AC's job. And if it's not in focus, then that beautiful performance that that actor did that could have won them the Oscar, yikes. And I'll tell you right now, the only time that people notice focus is if it's out of focus. That's the only time that we will ever hear somebody remark on anything. You can pull it perfectly time and time again, but the first time that it's soft, that's the time that you hear about it. So it's important as a first AC to have a lot of tools and tricks in your bag for that. So we take measurements. We have to pull focus throughout the shot. So always having your hand on the wheel and ready. Don't take that hand off. A lot of times, even when they say cut, I have an operator that'll hold on a shot for a few more seconds. If the actor's giving a nice look or their moment is continuing, I keep my hand on that wheel until they take that camera shoulder off. Or in that case, finally the actor exits. But so it's very important to whatever you need to do, whether it's taking measurements or having your second help you with any marking. That's also a very important job of the first AC. We help that actor, that director, our DP get the performance and the visual that they need.
So that being said, once you deal with the focus side of it, which is, of course, is kind of what's considered the main part of our job, the other side of it is being kind of the main camera technician, maintaining your gear after you've prepped it. As we know, so many wild things happen in the field every day at our jobs, right? We're thrown into so many situations, things get crazy, cables break, sometimes even somebody drops a filter and it shatters and you have to go replace it. It can get ugly, and it's your job as the first to keep everything prim, proper, clean, organized, and working. Once again, the camera is our tool. It's our job to keep it clean, working, efficient, and proper. These are all, of course, very expensive pieces of equipment, and we want to protect them for the rental houses, the production. If you consistently break objects on set, I can tell you from firsthand experience, I won't be able to hire you, because while there is L&D, you can only really hit so much L&D as an assistant before your reputation kind of falls to the wayside. So always keep in mind that even though you're working with this stuff every day and you might, get this sort of familiarity with it and sort of this casual energy, remember that you're always handling something extremely expensive and valuable that has taken years of work on someone else's part. Really good quick question here that I see in the chat. What is L&D? That's loss and damage, exactly, perfect. So loss and damage, you would file L&D for basically something that broke on set. So for example, like a filter falling and crashing, you would have to do an L&D report so that the production can then file it with the insurance and it can go through the proper channels so that that filter can be replaced for the poor rental house that probably bought it in the first place to supply it for the production. So there's always kind of a business side and a larger picture, not only within your direct department, but of course within the whole production as a whole. And that's also like a huge part of communication in the first AC and the politics of it is between a second and a first, you might understand that relationships really reside within the department. But I feel like when you move up to firsting, that relationship then expands to really include production. And you kind of become the middleman between production and camera because the DP is often too busy dealing with the director, the shot, logistics, you know, like lighting or locations. So really, you're kind of the next person up to bat to deal with all of that stuff and to really make a solid plan, like Lauren was talking about, in regards to communicating clearly and having that vision play out for your whole team.
So next we have, or when we're on set, you might encounter a bunch of different build scenarios. So some of these might be Steadicam, handheld, gimbal work, crane work. The sky is the limit with what we can do these days. So whenever you're configuring a camera at prep, if you know that there's going to be Steadicam, if you know there's going to be a lot of crane, make sure that you have your build figured out for those scenarios and anticipating on set when those builds need to come into play. So we always think about if there's a lot of time being taken, production is going to wonder why we're wasting so much time moving from one build to the other, because seconds turn into minutes and we want to help shave seconds and minutes. We don't want to help add seconds and minutes. So if you do get a prep, make sure that you're communicating with your DP. You're looking at, they call it the one-liner, which is our schedule, that they show us different scenes. A lot of times, like our DPs on our show, we have 2 DPs, they each give me a special equipment list with dates, and it tells me when there's going to be a crane. They'll tell me when there's going to be a Steadicam. So that way we are prepared and we know that this is going to happen. Make sure that you're actively asking your DP what is next, because sometimes they're moving so fast that they need to be reminded to tell you what's next, because they've got several other different things to worry about and you're worrying about camera. So think about how you're going to configure something. Talk to your operator. Very, very important. With a Steadicam operator, it is about the build working for them, not the cute build that you get to build, you know, for your Instagram photos and everything. It's about what works for them and being accommodating to them. We have an entirely handheld show with a couple of Steadicam, a lot of techno. Handheld, very important for the operator to have what they need. If my operator says, I need this moved to here, okay, I'll see how I can make that happen for you. Not excuse, be solution oriented whenever you're configuring gear to help with the shot, not hinder the shot.
I'm gonna scroll down here. We have our little notes. So I kind of touched on this before a little bit, but once again, when you're moving up to firsting, your perspective really does expand to include production, and you're going to be consistently working with the director of photography, and the first AD really to hear any notes about the day that's happening in front of you in order to stay ahead and capture their vision. The resources Lauren's talking about with the one-liners, for example, schedules, looking at your prelims every day. Once again, Keep doing your homework. Never, ever let your guard down. Take in all the information that you possibly can. Try to be that fly on the wall. A lot of people honestly get freaked out by me on set sometimes because I'm so quiet. People joke around that I am a ninja sometimes, and it can be very true. And that's part of why I'm so good at my job. I'm good at being able to kind of sit back, be a fly on the wall, not like hinder the scene, kind of listen as to what's going on, and then step in, say my notes, you know, my questions that I have about the shot. But really, a lot of the time when you sit back and just learn and observe, you get a lot of the information that you probably would have asked for in the first place. So really just like take that time to be that fly on the wall, sit back, look, listen, observe. And it's little things, you know, like if you see your operator lining up a shot really low, you know, and they don't have an apple box or a butt dolly ready, go ahead and just talk to your dolly group immediately and say, hey, you know what? He was lining up that shot really low. I know he's going to be handheld. Do you want to talk to him about if he needs a butt dolly or perhaps an apple box for the shot? You know, so you're constantly looking for things, seeing how you can help. And once again, keep the progression moving, keep the shots moving, keep your day moving. That is your job. You are really kind of the rock for your director of photography, and you have to be able to hold them steady even when they get rocky, which can happen. Yes, going into that, so really it's about keeping the set flowing and managing the presence of your department. That obviously gets more complicated once you get into larger budgets, because then you're dealing with more units, right? For example, the show that Lauren and I are working on, our main unit is an A and B camera, but we also have a C, we have a D camera that Lauren has to manage. We've been doing double up days, for example, where both teams are working at the same time, but Lauren still has the expectation of having to manage all those people in a sense because she's the A first. So these are critical teamwork and leadership skills and communication skills that you really need to formulate and work on in order to be a successful first. And with that, I'll segue into Lauren talking about how to truly handle a multicam show.
So as Rachel said, we're a multicam show. We've got a lot of cameras. And that comes with bigger budgets, as she said as well. So on a multicam show, you're going to have several people of the same positions. So what that means is somewhere along the way, there's got to be a first that's in charge of all of that. So on a multicam show, typically your A first is your head of department for camera. We work directly with the DP, or in our case, DPs. On a lot of shows today, you have DPs trading off episodes just like directors do as well. So when that comes into play, you are in charge of keeping the camera department moving forward for the DP. You are in charge of hiring people. You are in charge of making sure that the department is run smoothly. If there's any gear that they constantly need on these big shows, we have a Rolodex revolving door of gear that's coming in and out. And you really have to be constantly on it. As Rachel and I have been saying, doing your homework, looking to see what's ahead, constantly talking with the rental house. Cine is our rental house for our show. Bianca and I are constantly talking with one another every single day. I joke that I talk with her more than I talk with my mom. You know, like that is the type of relationship you have to have with your rental house, with your DPs. And with multi-cameras, what that means is basically like you have to be prepared to shift things constantly for them. You have to be telling your department what's ahead. You have to be relying on the people in your department. Yes, you are the leader of the department, but it's very, very important to act as a team in a multi-camera show. You can't do all this by yourself. That isn't what filmmaking is. It's a team and it's a collaboration. So I rely on Rachel to help me. I rely on my A second to help me, my utility. They are the backbones for you in the end, because you have to be on set helping orchestrate everything with the DP, answering emails, phone calls constantly. And today with COVID, getting people tested constantly. The amount of work that now comes with an A first is 20 to 30% more than it was before COVID. And you have to be transparent with people. Communication is so key with what we do. If I'm told something by the DP and I don't tell anybody else, it's not going to get done. That's plain and simple. Lean on your utilities and your seconds and your B first, C first, all of them to help you run the helm. It's very, very important. They respect you, you respect them back.
Okay, so now that we've sort of talked about the main, theory and concepts of like what a first is, what your duties are, what are the relationships and conversations that you have to manage on set every day, the dynamics that you have to deal with. Now we can kind of talk more about the specific tools and the actual technical side of it, the fun part of our job and kind of why we come to set every day. We get to play with fun toys, right? We love cameras. And we love making pretty pictures. That's our favorite thing ever. So with that being said, we're gonna get into the toy side of it. We're gonna talk about first, specifically Lauren and I's kits. So you guys can see what we work with every day on set, the tools that we've come to use. I've been working for probably about 10 years so far. So this has been a kit that has evolved umpteen times over the last decade. I can't even tell you how many times, but you're going to kind of stumble along in the same ways. You're going to find, as you work with different directors of photography, different production companies, once again, there's no one solution for every single set. It's always going to be different. So with that, your kit needs to evolve, right? Your kit's going to look a lot different on a narrative shoot than it would on a reality shoot. It's going to look a lot different on a documentary travel shoot where you have to go to Fiji. It's going to always be evolving. And along the way, we've kind of figured out sort of our best personal little homes. So we're going to show you those. Do you want to go first, Lauren?
I can do whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to find this thing and I'll pull it off of this stand. This little guy is called a dolly mate. It lives on my focus station and it has a lot of the things that I need. If my second is far away from their hard marks, I've got hard marks for them here. I've got everything that I need to use for measuring. I've got Leica Disto. So this is a little rangefinder that I can measure distance with and be very stealth about it. You have to always have soft tape and hard tape for different scenarios. And anything else to like clean cameras and cutting different things. But one of like my biggest tool that's not here is my second AC. They're the best tool of all. A lot of times this thing just sits at my focus station and they've got all I need before I even need to ask for it. So always use your second AC. They're your biggest and best tool. If you have one on a show, you might be the only AC, but if you have a second AC, use them. They're better than this thing.
Oh, yeah. You want to show your colleagues here?
Yeah, I'll show my Peele and also I'll show this little guy. So we wear walkies. Some people like to wear them on their hips. I have what is called a chest pouch. So I wear this guy every single day. It holds my walkie. I have a little space in here. I have a comm tech that I wear so I can listen to the actors. Sound department gives this to me. They load it up with a battery every single day for me. So I like to wear this as opposed to wearing the walkie on my belt because a lot of times that thing falls off. And yes, the patches are fire. But yeah, so I wear this guy every single day, and it's a Contrera chest back. And then the last thing that I have is a Pelican. Pull over. So nowadays, run bags aren't really a thing anymore with a lot of people. We have these little Pelican Airs. They're great for travel. I do a lot of travel jobs. So basically, this will go right above the overhead compartment with me. This thing has been to about 5 continents with me at this point. And it's great because I don't have to worry about things getting crushed. And I can organize in little spots, and I can put different things in here, like my dolly mate normally lives in here, anything that I need for the camera. And also, I'll give a shout out to Ratworks real quick. They're a great little engineering design. I have things to put on the camera as well in here. Screws, everything that you would need to sort of just like mobilize your camera. Because like Rachel said, if we don't have preps, you need to be ready and willing to have what you need to help build something on the day. So there's no excuses if you're prepared. And the answer to your question is, this is the Air. This is the Pelican Air. Yeah, 1535. It's great. It's so much lighter. Goes right above pretty easily in any overhead compartment.
So here's mine. I personally like to work pretty light and lean. I've done a lot of, once again, I've been working for the past decade probably. I've worked on everything from live broadcast shows to reality, to scripted television, to theatrical films, to music videos. If you can film it, I've probably done it. So that being said, I like to be light and lean. I like to be mobile. I like to be my quiet little ninja self. I wear this on my waist every single day. And hilariously enough, I kid you not, this is the first thing I ever bought, and I still have it. This is a Lindcraft grip and supply pouch. I've had to reinforce the stitching on the back once. Other than that, absolutely nothing to it. It's held up amazingly. Inside of this, I also, like Lauren, have my soft tape. One of the first things I got. Flashlights are always important. I also have a headlamp in my Pelican that I use. So if I want something on me and I need to be hands-free, I can use that instead. Oftentimes, you'll see pictures of me on set wearing it around my neck, just so I can pull it up if I need it, or throw it down if I don't. Because once again, we are wearing 3 ears, and with the PPE on top of it during COVID times, we wear a lot of stuff on our heads every day. So you find yourself trying to kind of pull off whatever you can now. Other than that, we have pens, markers for marking your focus, discs. I always keep a handy dandy Sharpie, gotta have a Sharpie. Stubby, very important. Always have a good stubby, scissors for cutting. And then I like to have just a basic small Allen set. I have probably about 6 Allen sets in total in my kit of varying shapes and sizes and lengths, so that you can reach whatever you need to on the camera. On my card itself, which we'll show photos later of what we're working with directly on set so you all can see. But on my card itself, I have long T handles so that if I need to adjust, one of the top handles on the camera, I can reach all the way to that Allen and I can get it easily. So, but this I've found is the best for carrying on you and being on set. It's small, it's nimble. You can fit generally most things on the camera with it. And then the other thing I'll wear on my waist will be my walkie typically. I will throw my Comtech on here as well during the shot, and then I'll wear that over my ear. And then I also have my Hilti rangefinder. This is actually the second one I ever bought. A good recommendation that I can give to everyone is actually going to a hardware store and getting the Bosch rangefinder. It's BOSCH. Well, I might actually have one right here.
No, I've got a Leica.
Oh, you've got Leica. So that's the Leica rangefinder, and this is a Hilti. So just like different models, essentially, that you can see. These are very expensive units. The reason why they're so expensive is because they're incredibly accurate to long ranges. They also have a bright enough rangefinder to be able to use it outside, which is huge. They have something called a reference window here on the side that you can look through. So if you're outside and you can't quite see where your laser is by eye, you can look through the window, find it, and this allows you to get a mark at 200 feet if you have to. So if you're on a 12-to-1 and your operator's zooming through the shot and you really, really need to rely on distances and not, you cannot pull it by eye, these are huge for you. And many, many times when you cannot run a tape out on set because of either, especially now with COVID, and you can't get close to them maybe, or maybe the actor doesn't want you putting a hard tape by their eyes, maybe they're sensitive to it. Maybe it's a really emotional scene and you don't want to break the zone because you can see that the actor's like trying to get into it and you don't want to disrupt that, right? You don't want to disrupt that process. So having a rangefinder like this is a really nice stealthy way to kind of just like tag marks through the day. Nights like this are hundreds and hundreds of dollars, unfortunately.
Yeah, this one was 600.
Yeah, I got mine. This is usually 700, I believe, but I got it on sale.
And then
Look
this
for
is a
sales.
Bosch.
Yeah, here's a little Bosch. But I recommend the Bosch because it's a more affordable price point. That's actually the first one that I got. You can pick one up at a hardware store for probably $100. The only downside to it is, of course, at the lower price point, you don't have as many tools on it, right? So you're not going to have your reference window. You probably can't use it outside. But hey, if you're starting out and you just need something to tag, check distances, do your guesses, really get familiar by eyeballing distances, or if you're doing a lot of studio shoots, commercials, lower budget things where you can kind of get away with that, go ahead and do that until you get your day rates and you get enough of a profit to be able to buy one of these. Once again, I've been working for a decade. My kit has been evolving all through the years. In the beginning, I think I would try to make probably an extra 50 or $100 for that month. And I would go and say, that's my budget for like my kit that month. And I would go to JCX Expendables, doesn't exist anymore, up in San Francisco. And I would go buy something new for my kit that I didn't have before. So it was like literally every single month I was building onto it and it was evolving. So that's what I carry on my waist.
Oh, they said JCX is still alive.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yay!
Rachel and I both went to school up in San Francisco. That's how we met. We've known each other for 10 years. So that was our first place that we bought everything when we were little baby college students.
That's where I bought that pouch.
You know.
I think I got it. I have a 1510. So I also have a Pelican. Gotta have stickers. Very important. Oh wait, where's Sunny? Sunny. So I also have a Pelican. I have also the lid organizer with all my goodies up here. And then I have a whole lot of Trek Pack. Yeah, maybe if you can hold the lid open. I've got a whole lot of Trek Pack with all my goodies inside. So I'll kind of like vaguely walk you all through it. Set it down. So in the lid, I've organized kind of little compartments for everything. For example, I have AA, AAA batteries in one pouch. I have alcohol wipes in another. I have sunscreen even. I have ways to attach and clean up cables like gear ties, bongo ties. And I even have them all organized on a little carabiner so I can keep my kit clean, because keeping things clean is so paramount to your job. always try to do one thing at a time, try to keep it clean, and you're going to make your life so much easier by the end of the day, because you're not going to have to go back and find like 30 million pieces. Other than that, in the top of my Pelican, I'll keep little stashes of expendables like Velcro. I will keep a safety chain. This is actually a big part of my kit. So a big part of the first AC's job is always watching out for safety. This should be something you should be looking out for no matter what position you are on set, because at the end of the day, you are in charge of taking care of yourself and you are your best ally for your own safety. And you always need to be monitoring that. There have been, Lauren and I can tell you probably countless stories of when we've been put in compromised positions, and you once again have to be able to step back and say, you know what? No, we're not doing it that way. I'm going to use my voice right now. Here's how we can carry out that plan safely. And here's how we can do it. So if I, for example, have a shot, this happened on a TV show I did last summer, for example. They wanted to do a big overhead balcony shot looking down at the actors coming in through this big mansion, right? So we had the camera up on the second story looking over a balcony, but keep in mind, a full cinema camera built like this, they can weigh 50, 60 pounds easily. Something like that falling from a second story will easily kill someone, easily. And you do not want to be the person that causes that, of course. So safety is always paramount. You always need to make sure everything is locked down, work one step at a time. And we'll go into that a little bit more when we talk about building the camera specifically. But a big thing in my kit is having this safety chain for those overhead shots for the matte box. Because a lot of the time, especially now, we work with lightweight matte boxes that just clip on. We don't really, unless you're working on like a big studio show, you probably go to like a big studio 6x matte box. But they exactly, they clip on, they come right off very easily. So if this little knob is not locked, or you didn't lock it all the way, and your operator points that camera down before you told them you were ready, or maybe you didn't even get a chance to tell them you were ready, because that happens. That's why every single time you go to the camera, you never, ever walk away until that camera is safe to use. Never, ever walk away until it's safe. So safety chain, big thing of my kit. And then other than that, once again, different tools of varying shapes and sizes. I have a long star set, different Allen sets. I have more markers. I have lens cleaning supplies. I have little baggies with grease pencils and Sharpies. I like color coding. I like to have fun. Blower, lens tissue, Pancro, different ways to clean lenses, because there's not always a one-stop solution. I have my hard tape in here, of course, that I actually usually pull out. And I like to ride my hard tape actually on a front box bracket on the front of the head if my camera's on a tripod. And then I have my Leatherman, of course, my gloves. And then I also have what I have dubbed, I don't know if you all can see this, might be out of focus, tragic. I call this my oh shit kit. This thing has saved me so many times. Like Lauren was talking about, the shoots where you don't get preps or you get thrown into a crazy situation and you have to just make something happen or figure out, once again, a creative solution to make the camera work. This is going to be your best friend. Go ahead and buy an organizer. Go buy extra barrels, screws, washers. Throw it all in and organize it, because it will absolutely save you one day. And I have all kinds of things in here. I even have an eye bolt for if, you know, we have an easy rig and they didn't include one from the rental house. You learn to get these little backup items, and you can pick up a lot of these things from the hardware stores. Once you learn what they are, you can go ahead and just pick up, you know, 1/4 20 screws, 3/8 screws, and just have it ready so you can finagle whatever you have to, because sometimes you're not even working with a rental house. Sometimes you have to work with someone's personal package, right? And they might have some weird stuff in that package. I've had to work with some bizarre kits before, but you still have the job of making it work. So you have to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, so kits, they're very important, and do what works for you. I know that there's a lot of fads out there that everybody, Instagram, social media, everybody's always discussing their kits. You know, you don't have to go and drop thousands of dollars right off the bat, because not a lot of people have thousands of dollars to drop right off the bat. Work your way into it. Find what works best for you. That's very, very important. Like Rachel said, our kits evolve over the years. And honestly, you know, if I'm on a docu-series, I'm going to take something maybe a little different than I would to a scripted series. So having those different interchangeable things, and like Rachel and I have these Pelicans now, but when we started, nobody was using Pelicans. We were all using run bags. You know, we would go to the hardware store and see, okay, there's a $25 one, I can afford that, you know, and we put everything in there. And then as we made more money and we networked more and we got on different types of jobs, our kits evolved. So you don't have to drop thousands upon thousands of dollars to start firsting or seconding or doing any of these positions. It's just basic stuff that you need right now. And it'll evolve and change as you start to grow more and you start to get on these shows that you have steady cams, you have handheld, you're doing underwater. You know, your kit will evolve. At this point, tools are great, but you also have to develop it more. And our kits, they're still going to change. They're going to constantly change. New things come out. 3D printing is now a thing. Like, so it's very, very important to do what's best for you. One tool might not be a fun tool for you, but another tool, you know, if a flathead is shaped a certain way and it doesn't work for you, that doesn't mean that you have to use the flathead that everybody's using. Use the flathead that works best for you.
I forgot my little.
Oh yeah, your little thing.
Because yeah. So because I like to be light and nimble, I actually don't have a dolly mate because one of the DPs that I worked with a lot, his name is Michael Dwyer. Hello, Michael Dwyer, if you're watching. But but we would do a lot of travel jobs together. So I didn't really have the luxury of being able to bring a dolly mate with me, you know, as I'm running around Tokyo or as I'm running around, you know, in Arkansas, throwing him in the back of a minivan with a steady cam, you know, getting thrown in these crazy situations. So once again, you do need to evaluate what job you're doing and what the best setup is going to be for you. But generally, because I tend to have to be more mobile and I end up on a lot of these mobile one-day jobs, I've done a lot of commercials, for example. I like to stay light. So this is actually the only thing I'll really put on my stand besides my RoboCop, and I'll show you my station later. But what I do, I have a little hand sanitizer because it is COVID right now. Everybody always wash your hands, stay safe. In the front pocket, I will put what I call my oh shit battery, which is a backup battery for the hand unit for my focus hand unit in case it goes down during the take, if the battery drops, just if some sort of technical issue happens that I didn't foresee, or maybe the battery is not calibrated properly, right? And I need to swap it quickly. So I usually always have one in there. In the back, I have a larger stubby. just because sometimes you need a little more torque or length on it. This is one of my favorite tools, honestly. These are self-adjusting pliers. They're called Robo Grips. You can get them online. I believe they sell them in hardware stores. But they're self-adjusting pliers. These are great for adjusting monitors, or if you need to tighten anything that's sagging on the camera build itself. And then I also have a regular crescent wrench, because sometimes the Robo Grip can slip and you actually don't want to strip anything. So if it's getting to that point, I'll actually switch to a crescent wrench in order to, once again, maintain the gear. You don't want to cause LND if you can avoid it, really. So I have that. And then the other thing that I have in here is sort of a funny thing, is my mom got me this a long time ago. This is just kind of like an all-in-one screwdriver that I found has been really useful over the years, because it's just one tool that I can throw in here, and I can switch from a Phillips. I can bring it all the way up and look, oh, I have a flathead. Great. Nice and easy. So that's what I keep on my stand.
And keep in mind that, you know, obviously Rachel and I are based here in LA. Everything's here, you know, we've got sky is the limit, and now we have Amazon and all of this stuff. But whenever you go to other countries, they're not going to have certain things, and you need to be very prepared for that. Like Rachel says with her oh shit box, I have one of those too. Like, I did a job in Nigeria, and they have a very huge industry there, but their industry doesn't have certain expendables that, you know, we would normally have. Certain different types of batteries even. You have to be doing your homework ahead of time to know, is there anything you need to add to your kit before you do a job in certain countries that you're not going to have access to?
Power regulation.
Power is very important. I've done a lot of jobs, you know, Nigeria and Fiji are two that really stand out, where different volts completely. We run on 120, they run on 240. You need to be prepared there as well for charging batteries. So updating your kit for anything like that, any type of power regulation that you need to do, because you don't want to blow up gobs and gobs of battery chargers. That wouldn't be fun. So it's constantly looking and doing your homework as to, is there something that I'm leaving out of my kit before I leave the country, and I'm not near, you know, any place that has good expendables. I'm not near anything where I can get any hardware types of materials. And then also doing your homework to see, if I get in a pinch there, if I need something, what do I do? In Nigeria, for instance, you know, the ACs, they don't have run bags. They don't have a lot of the things that we normally have. And it's a lot of like haggling at markets, and just really being, you got to be solution oriented. You got to be using your location or your fixer to help you get the things that you need if there's something that didn't make it into your kit in time, you know, because film tools, Panavision expendables, Ohana, they're not there, guys. They won't be in any of those places. So really keep in mind when you're doing travel jobs, how you can update your kit to help you in those situations.
So, do you have anything else to add about kits?
I don't think go in the building. Yeah, let's get the building.
Yeah, so we've talked about theory, we've talked about what a first does, we've talked about what tools we have on set every day. Now we're going to talk about, how do you actually build these things? How does it work? What are the different ways of building and modes of building that you can make to make your tool work in the best configuration possible? For example, how do you build for handheld versus Steadicam? How do you build for a crane versus studio? So we're going to go over some of those things lightly. It is going to be difficult, of course, to touch on everything. We obviously can't get through every single piece of gear that exists. This workshop would take years if we did that. We only have so much time. So What Lauren and I have set up for you today are two different builds actually that we'll bring up and we'll kind of lightly explain and show you how we built them today. But these are very basic builds. We have one camera here, an Alexa Mini, set up with a Prime and a WCU4. And we have another Alexa Mini over here to my right with a lightweight zoom, a Fizz, 3 channels, an MDR, and a Cine tape as well, since that's Preston and those are compatible. The WCU4, well, it has its own sort of Cine tape version. It's not compatible with the Cine tape itself. So yeah, do you want to show them your Zoom first?
I can do the Zoom.
Yeah, so we'll bring the Zoom build up first and kind of explain that and show you what's going on there. I'll move this one out of the way.
Untap. There we go. So these are on rolling spreaders in case anybody has that question, why we can move these so freely. Those are actually really great for stage work shows. If, say, not every camera gets a dolly, sorry, B and C and D camera, that's going to be used sometimes. So a camera on lower budget shows will be the one that gets the dolly. Then everybody else sometimes gets left out in the cold. So always rolling spreaders if you can on your list, if you know you're going to be doing a lot of stage work. It's really, really great. So we have lightweight zoom. So the lightweight zoom here, it's a 45 to 135 Optimo. And we figured that it would be a good idea to do the Preston with this one. You can see all 3 channels, as Rachel said. So there's focus, zoom, and iris. So typically on bigger shows, the DP and DIT, they'll be controlling the iris. So they'll have a separate single channel hand unit where they will control that. So they'll control exposure. So the operator doesn't even have to shift it around at all. Zoom, we have hooked up here. Operator controls that. So it's hooked up to what we call a micro force. And the operator, can orient it however they want. It goes on. If they like operating a little higher, they'll do that. So this guy, sometimes you do it with what's called a Y cable, which I can show you, but I've set it up with what's called a brown cable. This guy is pretty sweet. It hooks right in from here. So I just hook it in for our operator. Then it goes straight into the MDR, which is our brain for our wireless follow focus. Goes straight in, so it's just one cable instead of this mess of cables that goes out to here. So typically the operator will control this. Sometimes if you're on a techno crane, if they don't want to control it themselves, they might hand it over to the ACs. This is when your second could come in very handy in doing a zoom control for you if you have a really hard pull that you got to do. And then finally, we have the focus motor on here, which is what Rachel and I control. And we control that with our hand unit. So we have the Fizz 3 here. It's made by Preston. One of my personal favorites. I actually own one of these. It's on our show. Loved it so much that I invested lots of money into having one. Now I know that a lot of you can't afford wireless follow focuses yet, or you need a more affordable option. This guy is the workhorse of the industry. It's very durable, very great. And this is the 3rd generation model. So as you can see, I can control focus with this. That's pretty awesome. What we do is typically we'll choose a lens in here and we'll calibrate it. And we set up what ring we want. Each ring is different. Very important. Each ring has different minimums and maximums. So this one is set for 2 feet because this lens goes to 2 feet. So each orientation, whenever you calibrate it, will create that for you. It's hooked up to a cinetape, which this tells us where focus, it reads where the plane is. So say that I have my knob, it's set at 10 feet right now, but the cinetape is saying, actually, what I'm picking up is 12 feet over there. Now, it's a great tool, but you shouldn't rely on it. It's a great reference. But again, rely on your measurements, your eyes, and your ability to what I like to call zenning with the lens. So it's a good reference. Most of the time, these come in handy whenever you're very close up to something, they're more accurate, typically. So cinetape is just one of the rangefinders. On our show, we have Preston's version, which is called the Light Ranger. So it integrates specifically with the Preston, and it has actual readings out onto the screen for you. And it shows you different depths of field that you're walking through, and it gives you the readout right on there. With this guy, the only readout besides what's on the actual hand unit is on the actual cinetape grain itself. So I kind of like to mount mine up here because I'm no longer by the camera. I pull focus away from the camera nowadays, but typically we might also put it on the matte box or even on the side of the camera. So back in the olden days when we were still by the camera more, we might set it up here so we could see it. Or if you're Steadicam operator, for instance, set it up on the matte box and the Steadicam operator can see roughly what distance they are away, especially if they have a really hard shot where they're coming into minimum and they know that they're going to bone you if they go past. It is helpful for them to have a good reference, keeping that in mind. We also flip this little puppy around. So we also have a monitor set up. It's a 702 small HD. So typically in studio mode, you'll have a 7-inch monitor. Studio mode, that means that's kind of set up like this, or it's on a dolly, you know, it's not on the operator. A lot of operators nowadays are asking us to do 5-inch small HDs if they're handheld, because a lot of cameras, once we add everything on, are pretty heavy for them. And they'll use that instead of the eyepiece sometimes. It's very, very helpful to, once again, have those conversations with your operator. My operator says when he goes studio, he wants to have the 7-inch, but when he's handheld, he wants to have the 5-inch. So being able to make those swaps really quickly. Now we have Nova arms on here. There's also ultralight arms as well. I like those a lot because I can send it out further. I can change how big it is because there's different pieces, like those as well. But with this build, it's all set up to do a zoom. And then, of course, as I said, you know, everything's pretty much wireless. So the only things that you might add additionally to this would be, say, for instance, a Teradix or a wireless video transmitter. Or if you're on a stage and they just want to, what we call hardlining, you just put a BNC right into this SDI port and you send it out to give the image. Otherwise, you might see a Teradix mounted like here, or you might see it mounted up here. Basically, you want to try and keep it away from the operator because of the frequency bubble that it certainly has. And that thing gets really hot as well. A lot of these things can get very hot. So keeping cables really managed is really important because you don't want the operator operating and they snag a cable along the way. That could end pretty disastrously. And yes, a lot of us like to do cable management because it looks really pretty, of course, but the biggest thing is getting the cables out of the way of your operator, of your dolly grip who might be handling the camera for you. That's very, very important. Let's see. Oh, thank you. That's all. says I have the best cable management out there. Thanks. And then
You want to show them how to map on the Fizz?
I can totally show them that. So this little guy, let's see if you guys can see. So right here is all my readouts, and I have a menu. Yeah, full focus for me, Rachel.
I'm gonna do her a solid.
Thanks. Let's see if we can get it super close.
Oh yeah. What's macros?
Oh, they can kind of see. Yeah.
Fine.
All right, so this is my readout. So whenever I want to select a lens, I go into menu. So you have the 45 to 135 selected right now. I can choose that. So I'm in Optimo. All right, I'm just going to, for posterity, remap this lens. So I go into here. I've got to put what the actual lens is. Okay, so I'm going to select this new lens. Select. Oh, it's not calibrated. Boom, I calibrate. Now it asks me to put it to infinity. So I'm going to turn the camera around. So that way I can see a little bit better. I can bring it closer to you. All right, so I've got to put it to infinity. So infinity, boom, right there. So then I click next. So then it pulls up this screen that says select a close focus. So I'm going to put the lens all the way at 2 feet, which is its minimum. And then I've got 2 feet listed on here. So then I'm going to click 2 feet. Now then it's going to bring me up to my next selections. So you can choose any one of these. So say for instance, like see this says 2.3 right now. Obviously this lens doesn't have a 2.3 anywhere. So I'm going to go down to 2.2. And you do this, the Preston has 10 points. So you're not going to map every single inch. You're only going to map 10 points. So next we'll go to 2.6. Then we've got 3 feet. We'll go up to 4 because we don't have a 3.9. We'll go up to 5. Go to 7. 10. 20. Then the last one it has is 40. So that'll be the last one we do. And then now we have a mapped lens. So now, wherever this is set, so I'll put it at 20 feet. And it'll come up at 20 feet. So it's a great, quick way.
Should also notice that it matches on her ring because she has the proper ring set. So it should not only match on your readout, should match on your ring and on the lens as well. It should always match in 3 places.
If it doesn't, then maybe there's a calibration issue. Maybe your motor wasn't correctly seated, which brings up the point of motor seating, which way we like to put motors. So I'm a big fan of the oversling, super big fan of it. I like this because especially in handheld world, if the operator has hand grips down here, they're constantly pulling at this rod. So these can come loose very easily. So I really like oversling because it gets out of their way. We can move their hand grips in whatever position needed. for them, and it's not going to affect where my motors are placed. This is also really great for Steadicam as well, because sometimes they might have to remove this entire plate down here. And then you have no rods to put anything on. There's all different types of ways to oversling as well. You know, there's different tools. You can add something here to put it out. But I'm a big fan of this just because it gets everything from off of the bottom. And a lot of times our dolly grips are grabbing down here too to lift cameras. So I find a lot of times that the motor might puff off more. So big fan of this. Obviously, the more length the lens has, you do need to be aware with overslinging. A con of oversling is the longer the rod, the more torque that you're going to have. These are going to move around a little bit more. So you need to keep that into consideration when you're doing things like, we call it the 12-to-1, it's the 24-to-290, it's a beast. And so you need to make sure that your motors aren't jiggling around and moving on the long, big lens. And are they always on 15 mil rods? No, not always 15 mil. There are 19 mils, like the stuff that I have from that company called Ratworks is a 19 mil rod. So Preston makes different sizes of these brackets. So you can do a 19 that has a bushing in it to move it down to a 15 if you need. So there still are some cases with 19. It's a whole lot more rare. We use 19 more when we used film cameras. But because cameras are more small and compact now, and we're looking to try and go lighter because a lot of stuff is handheld, that can help lighten the load of the operators a lot. And what's the best way to make sure the motors don't wiggle with longer rods? Well,
Bongo ties.
bongo ties can be helpful. For me, a lot of times it's how I mount the actual bracket. So with the bracket itself, I try not to move to the very end of the motor's bracket right here, because that can sometimes create an issue. Sometimes Rachel and I, we've done things where we'll put the motor on top of the lens instead of on the side. That helps because gravity will keep the motor down in place. So will you calibrate a motor for us? No, Matt, not a Matt, but a calibrate. Yeah, I can totally calibrate one. So with this setup, on the MDR up here, there's a button right there. So there's a couple ways that you can calibrate motors. So press this button, you see all of these motors start moving. So that's helping them calibrate. So they're finding their minimums and their maximums. See, you saw the rod move a little bit there, because these motors have a lot of torque. And see, the focus motor normally takes the longest to run. Normally, iris is really quick. So then it should all be calibrated. Another way that you can do it, for instance, on our show, we have a motor on the bottom of the mat box that connects to the rotopola. So it moves the gear on the rotopola. Obviously, if I press this button, it's going to calibrate the rotopola every single time, and that takes forever because you actually have to stop it at a spot and then let it go the other way, and then you stop it with your hand again. So to prevent that, I can do it one of two ways. I can pull from the actual motor and pop it back in, or I can pull from up here. It's a little bit safer to pull from up here because the motors, a lot of times, you'll loosen that stuff a lot of times. So if you pull from up here and pop back in, if it'll let me, it'll also calibrate it as well. And it's very important to check that this still lines up after you calibrate. I had an instance last night on our show where I calibrated a lens and I went to go back to my focus station. I pulled to where it was in focus and it said 5 feet. Well, I was 25 feet away. So got back over, said, hey, hang on a second, I need to recalibrate. So that's where it's very important to know your distance and not just be reliant on the eye. But yeah, so this is a Zoom build.
Yeah.
All right, Rachel, you want to show them the prime?
Yeah, and I'll show them more of like a top to bottom build on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm gonna show you all a prime build. The prime build I'm actually gonna take apart and build in front of you so you can see.
Yeah, yours is easier to
Yeah. Yeah, the reason we're doing this is because obviously 3 channels is more complicated to build than 1, right? So that's why we're going to show you it on this one. But the other reason why I wanted to show you the Zoom and the Preston Fizz first is because, like Lauren was talking about, with Preston, the MDR is the brain, right? So with the WCU4 system, because we're on an Alexa Mini, it's actually made by the same manufacturer. And when you have the same manufacturers working together, they're able to, you know, they know their own licenses, they know their own softwares. They can develop a lot more integrative tools, which are coming out. So in my case, I have a WCU4 built on, which looks like this. So as you can see, it's pretty different from the Preston Fizz. I'll put them side by side so you can see. So different sizes, they have very different readings. They're set up differently. The menus are different, just like any piece of equipment. And once again, that's why we stress, do your homework, read the manuals, familiarize yourself with the gear, get that prep, get that extra day at the rental house on your day off to go in and mess around with something if you don't feel confident about it. Go ahead and make those opportunities for yourself. So the WCU4, my battery's actually going down, so I'll swap that. So the battery on this is just right below. There's a little latch. Battery pops out, slides back in. Thanks. Thanks, Boo. So this is the WCU4. Because these are the same manufacturers, the WCU4, if you're working on an Alexa Mini, does not need an MDR. You can go straight into the camera and it will actually communicate directly with this hand unit, which can be great. If you want to build a camera and you know you're on an Alexa Mini, for example, that director of photography that I work with a lot, Michael Dwyer, he often works with an Alexa Mini. We often do those travel jobs on Steadicam where we need to be light and nimble. So not having the full weight of the Preston is actually a preference of his. And learning the preferences of your operators and your DPs is a huge part of firsting and learning about how to build out your camera properly for them. Because once again, it's a tool and everyone likes to use their tools a little differently. So you're probably going to find a way that they prefer. So getting started on a build, I'm just going to like kind of take this apart and show you how do you put this thing together. So we have another clip-on mat box here. I'm going to go ahead and lower the eyebrow. This once again comes off with that little screw that we showed you. And this is just a lightweight mat box. This is also made by Ari. It has 3 trays inside of it. They all loosen here, of course. Once again, check everything. I've had a shoot, I kid you not, where I pulled out a tray and this little latch that holds the filter in is gone. So there's no way to safely hold a filter in that tray. That tray is useless. Check every single thing. We have a 7-inch on this as well. This is a 702. As you can see on the back, We have our BNC, which is supplying our video line. Sorry, I removed my mask. You can all see me talking. And then we also have our power here, which is going into what's called a dummy battery. We have a LEMO cable attached that's supplying power, and I'll show you the other side in a moment. But this is also built onto a NOGA arm. I also personally prefer ultralights just because they tend to be a little more customizable. You can really adapt the lengths easily. They're not a lot of weight, so you don't get a lot of sagging, which is often the case with depending on where you build. Perhaps you have the arm coming down to the left like this. So sometimes if the monitor is too heavy, it'll start to sag, which is where you need to tighten or maybe figure out a different mounting point or a bracket or adapter to keep it held on, right? We have our viewfinder for the camera, which is right here. This is, of course, the main way to control the Alexa Mini. This is one of your best friends. And this is actually where you're going to go into what's called the LDA system, which is the lens mapping system for the WCU4. And how you access that, so you can kind of consider this, in theory, your brain that you're working with, right? Like this is all the menus and whatnot that you're going to have to work with besides the hand unit in order to really integrate your focus system. So we of course have, maybe I could bring this up closer even. Will come up.
Yeah, girl. Ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Locking, and 3.
So I don't know if you heard that brilliant teamwork. Lauren called out each leg as she was locking it. So once again, communication, always echoing every step, be communicating with your team. So showing you these motors. So these are called L-bus motors. This is once again specifically for, I'll go the other side. This is specifically for the WCU4 system and the Alexa Mini. These are made by Ari in collaboration with C-Motion, actually. So what you can do is, you see how it says fizz on the motor itself. So you can actually change what channel the motor is programmed for. So as you can see, this motor is placed on the iris barrel of my lens currently. I have my focus motor set up on the other side of the camera. We often refer to this as the smart side, where the operator sits. The side where the assistant sits is often referred to as the dumb side. So I have the focus monitor typically on the dumb side. I personally prefer that because I found that if you have a motor on this side, if your operator is handheld, I don't know about you, but I don't want a motor in my face. I don't think your operator does either. So it's really thinking about those practical things when you're building your camera and how your operator is going to be using that tool, right? Like how can you make it the best tool possible for them and make their job a dream? So all they have to focus on is what they're looking at and nothing else. So this you just click. As you can see, the eye is lit up, which is what we want because it's on iris. Of course, F is for focus, Z is for zoom, I is for iris. So on the other side, we have our focus motor set up. So if I click here, I can double check. F is illuminated like I want, great. There are times where, your operator might bump it and let's say actually gets set to zoom and you're like, oh gosh, and now it's freaking out and it's blinking because it knows that I mapped it to focus before and it realizes that it got changed to zoom and I didn't map that, so it's confused. It says, I have nothing to reference, I don't know what I'm doing, help me please. So what we want to do is change that back to F. You just go ahead and click again, let it take. Great. Now it's still going to be confused because now I need to recalibrate. So there are a couple ways you can do that on the WCU4 system. But before we get into that, first I'm going to show you how do you connect to your hand unit on an Alexa Mini with a WCU4. So we're going to go back to the smart side. And we're going to look at our eyepiece here. we're gonna go into the menu. When you go down into the menu, you're gonna see at the bottom, ECS. So if you haven't noticed, we use a lot of acronyms in camera because we talk a lot about technical stuff. So we use a lot of abbreviations. I apologize if you don't know these abbreviations. I know we've been getting some questions about those. We will be answering questions at the end of this workshop. By the way, we're going to try to take 15 to 30 minutes, but for the sake of time, we're going to try to cram through this all. So ECS, you go into that menu, and at the top, you'll see it says radio. So this camera is actually broadcasting its own little channel. So like you would have on the Preston, a channel on your MDR that you would match to your hand unit, the same is the case here. Preston has much more channels to select from, honestly. The WCU4 is a bit more of a simpler system, I would say. But as you can see, you want to make sure, of course, your power is enabled, because if that's not on, you're not going to be talking. So always enable that. And then you want to go down to your channel, look at what channel you're on. I'm currently on channel 3. So I'm going to go to my hand unit. And I'm going to make sure this is on channel 3 at the top. So it says 3 right there. So I'm on the right channel. You can even see the signal. These bars will go down kind of like your cell reception in a weird way. When you're losing signal or you don't have a great connection. And as you can see at the bottom, actually, when I changed that motor, the WCU system was smart enough to say like, hey, you added something, what happened? So it says new focus motor, do you want to connect it? And I say, yes, I do want to connect that. And then it's going to ask me, okay, we connected. Do you want to calibrate it? And I say, yeah, I want to calibrate. So from there, you can see my motors are spinning, my barrels are spinning. This is a great opportunity to check your motors. Do you hear any chattering? Is the torque too high? Do you hear it grinding the lens? Is it going to damage it? Do you need to lower your torque? Do you need to reposition it? Is it sliding? It's a great way to kind of double check your own work and see if you have a knob loose or if there's some kind of mistake. So I always sit by my camera whenever it's calibrating, because it's the best way for you to see in action what's happening. Because like Lauren's talking about, now that we're moving into camera setups that deal more with movement, assistants are kind of being pushed further and further away from the camera. So it's very important to retain whatever information you can when you're next to it, really, because there are times when you're going to have to step away and you might not be able to do that kind of fly on the wall active listening that I was talking about and retain, great information. And you might not be in the room to see if something goes wrong with your build, what happened exactly. So a lot of the time, actually, Lauren and I will rely on our dolly grips, because sometimes we'll see that something sagged during the shot. And, we had to be stuffed back in the corner to be out of the shot because they were spinning 360 or whatever. And using that communication and teamwork is a great way to also be like, hey, this thing fell off, like, great, I'm going to fix it between the next take and it's not an issue anymore. It's solved, done. So going back to mapping on the WCU4. So I currently have a 4D Master Prime built onto the camera. I have the map box off just so you can see a little more easily. And as you can see, I've already actually mapped this in the hand unit, and I've sent the map to the camera itself. And you can do that from the hand unit itself, and I'll show you how to do that. But a great thing, because once again, this is the same manufacturer, there are actually pins on this lens, and I'll show you those, that communicate electronically and transmit what's called metadata to the camera. And that metadata, because it's the same manufacturer, actually goes all the way to the WCU4. So if you're using a Master Prime and you have a WCU4, you honestly might not even need to map it. You might be able to rely on just putting the lens on, and the map will actually come up automatically because it's transmitting, once again, all that metadata, and you can see it in real time. Do you want to rely on that? I'll leave that up to you. That's up to your workflow and how much you trust that system and how much you familiarize with it. I personally like to make maps and just know that I have it there. That way, if there's any dust on the contacts or a communication issue with the lens, you haven't dug yourself into that hole, right? You have a way to get out of it. So let me show you those contacts. I'm using the loafers. So thanks for covering that. On this lens, see if you can see. So you see these little contacts, right? Sorry, my shield's sagging. 1 second. Okay, so these 4 contacts up here are actually what transmits the electronic data to the camera. And if we flip the camera body itself, we see these 4 pins as well up top. So this is what's communicating between the lens and the body and what's transmitting that information. So we're gonna go ahead, make sure this is all clean. It looks great and clean. That looks great and clean. And you also have these 4 contacts here that also are communicating the same thing, same connection, same purpose. Great, so we've got that back on. I'm just gonna put my iris motor back on. And we'll pan it. So I'll show you how to map this. So it's pretty much going to ask you, you're going to grab your hand unit, and what you want to do is go to the menu, and sort of towards the middle, you'll see a menu that's called Lens Data. So you want to go down to Lens Data. And just since we're passing by it, you can actually, so where you would normally change your motor settings on a Preston Fizz is on the MDR for the torque, the direction, all of that. So on here, it's actually on your hand unit. So you can go into the motor setup window. And how you do it on the WCU4 is there's a little trigger button at the top. This is how you select actually. And you can change your torque, direction, even the teeth. But we go down to lens data, you go down to lens programming, create lens. From there, it's going to ask you to calibrate. So we're going to hit calibrate. You see my barrel spinning. They're doing their things. I don't hear any chattering. Everything sounds nice and tight. You can see the focus barrel is still moving. Great. So once that's all done, it's going to ask you, what brand is it? Well, we know this is Ari. It's going to ask you the type. I'm just going to throw in M, and you can go through the alphabet here. I'm just going to throw in an MP for master prime. Then it'll ask you the focal length. Go down to 40 because this is a 40. And then it'll ask you a serial number. This is actually really handy for when you're on a big show and you have a lot of gear going in and out, because if you have a problem with one lens, let's say, you know, it's a specific serial number and you had to send it out. Let's say the rental house makes a mistake for some reason, they actually send the same exact lens back. You can refer to that serial number, look at it and know like, hey, this is the one that I tried to map before, that I had issues with, it didn't work. It's not the right one. Sorry, you gotta go get a different one, right? So that's always handy. For the sake of time, I'll just 000. We're gonna go imperial because we're weird Americans and we don't use a metric system. And then it's gonna ask you, all right, what axis do you want to map? So we're gonna go to focus. It's gonna ask me, set it to infinity. So we're gonna look at our lens. And we're gonna do the same thing that we did with the fizz, right? But on the WCU4, we unfortunately don't have 10 points. You have to map the whole thing. So it does take more time, but once it's in there, and for the sake of time, I'm actually gonna skip that and then just show you the map that I already made. It's gonna say your changes are gonna be last, and I say that's okay. So I go to menu and to find the map that I want, like let's say I switch lenses and I need to send a different map to the camera from my focus station because we had to change, but I can actually do that from the hand unit, which is great. So what I do is I go down once again to lens data, lens file transfer. Then you go down, sorry, you click into ARI, go down to Alexa, then LDA. And I'm gonna find the map that I made, which is right here. ARI Master Prime 40 with the 000. So that's where the serial number is that you can program. It'll all show up right there. I'm gonna go ahead and select that. It's gonna say, okay, do you wanna send this file to the camera? And I'm gonna say, yeah, send it. So it's sent. And I should be able to now calibrate and have a map. So we're spinning. And as you can see, we see the same exact map name right here on the camera. So it was sent and it did connect. If you did want to change from the camera body itself, you just click into this lens data menu and you can add whatever lenses you have into this list and select them to select a different map for when you change your lens. So we're on our 40 and we're just going to double check everything. Now, like the Preston Fizz, the WCU4 also has different rings. And these rings, I want to stress, are for different lenses, and they really help you with pulling focus on different lenses. For example, if you're on a 12:1 and your operator's at, out at 200 millimeters, you're going to be having to pull focus with a far more level of finesse at 40 feet, than say you would on a 40 millimeter like this. It's going to be very different. And one little tiny rotation on your knob, right, can mean a foot, or it can mean half a foot, depending on what ring you're on. So learning to pull on different rings and learning the different logarithmic scales that are on each ring for each lens is also part of learning that muscle memory of focus pulling and learning to be a good first and working with different sets of lenses. So as you can see, once again, you want everything to match in 3 places. What does it say on my lens? It says infinity. What does it say on my knob? It says infinity. And what does it say on the screen? It says infinity. And at the bottom, you can actually see the lens size that I have selected. It says 40 because I'm on a 40 millimeter. Now to the left of the hand unit, you can see this slider here. Sorry, I'm not very good with mirrored directions, I guess. So this slider is going to control the aperture, and you might be able to see here, I'm actually sliding the aperture ring. Yeah. So that's adjusting, and that should all match. So if I go to a 4, I should be exactly at a 4 on my barrel, which I am. So these are all things you should be double checking every single time you check a lens, because if all of this doesn't match, your job's not going to go too well, I promise.
Another thing about this particular hand unit, I have one too, I've been pulling focus on Rachel, is that with the ARI camera, it can control the camera as well. You can control setting changes. So it's a great quick way to change settings if you need to, like if your DP calls out that they need a change from your frames per second. So, okay, now we're gonna go to 48 frames per second. You can actually change it in this thing.
Yeah, I can show you. So I have the unit back here. So I can go to home, camera, setup. If Lauren pulls to that little viewfinder on the camera, I'm standing all the way back here, right? Let's say my operator says, oh shit, we have to go to 48. Now I'm 48. And
Just like that.
if they say, oh my God, you need to throw an ND12 in, done. If they say, I need to change my ISO to 400, done. So you can control a lot of things from this hand unit because it's the same manufacturer. And once again, they've worked in that integration. So that's one of the great things of working and knowing different systems, right? You can learn the pros and cons of what each system means. And you can take that knowledge and form it to whatever job you're on. So that way, when your director of photography says, I know I want to be cam and I want to be really lightweight, I need to throw it onto this gimbal, you can recommend them the WCU4, you know, if they don't want to deal with external filters or if they don't want to deal with an external MDR adding weight onto the build because they want to be in a gimbal and they're being really conscious of their weight. There's a lot of different tools and details to take into account and always keep in mind when you're imagining kind of the final product and build that you're aiming for. I'm probably about to die, huh?
Yeah, camera's about to die. We're just gonna tap her back in.
Always have to keep the camera running, folks.
Another really good use that I found for, say that you have this camera, but you want to use a Preston, but your DIT or your DP, say that you're doing a car arm setup and you're using a Preston, but you need to be able to change settings really quickly. I've been able to talk to production and I'll use my Preston, but I'll also have, oh, what happened? Something happened.
Oh no.
I'll also have a WCU4. And because of that, I can use my Preston for focus pulling, for, you know, I'll have my DP doing their iris deal. But then if I need to do any setting changes, I can just use this little guy only to do setting changes. That's a really good tool to have in those types of situations. DITs love having these things. If we're on Prestons, they love being able to use this to do setting changes. So you just give one of these to them and boom, they'll be able to change your NDs, your ISO, your shutter, frame rate, color temperature, all with this little guy, which is really, really cool. It's something that the Preston can't do. Well, this particular model can't do. Preston's come out with a new model that integrates with a lot of cameras that you can start doing those setting changes. So think about that whenever you're building a package. If you know you're going to do a lot of car arm stuff, or your DIT wants to be able to change settings really easily, ask if you can just have the hand unit itself for them, and it saves a whole lot of time for everybody.
So we're gonna go through building this really quickly, and then we'll kind of hop into more tips and techniques. I can already tell we're gonna go over, so that's all right with me. Is that all right with you, Lauren?
I'm cool.
All right, so.
And correct, it can also be done via iPhone as well. They do have that capability. The only problem with the phone is I found that it like does a lot of connection issues in certain areas, you know, if you're a little bit too far away from the camera. So that's a great tool if you are balling on a budget, but if you have the money, try and see if you can get one of these in there as well.
Mhm. So just going back to like a basic camera build, how does this all come together? How do all these pieces work? So we have a tripod head, right? This is a 2560. We have it on our sticks here. This is our key, of course. We lock our head at the bottom, which you can't quite see in this angle, but that's all right. From here, you have a lot of adjustments on your head, and you should hopefully be familiar with some of these if you've been seconding or have any experience in the camera department. You, of course, have your tilt, your pan, you have tension locks, you have a lock overall. So if I lock this, camera's not going anywhere, even if this is unlocked. Kind of a
Happens a lot. Operators will bump that all the time.
all the time.
So if this is like this and an operator's like, why can't I move my camera? You'll go, hey.
So that's a really good one to look out for. On the other side here, actually we'll go around this way for the power cable. On the other side, you have your counterbalance here, and then you also have another tension knob for your tilt. This is your pan fluid down here. So on the side, going up to the top of the head. So you shouldn't feel any grinding. Once again, check everything. Move the camera around like if you were going to operate on the job yourself. Imagine putting yourself in the operator, the DP shoes. If you had to shoot something on this camera yourself, would you want to use it? If you don't want to use it, they probably don't want to use it either. I'm sorry. So you've got to make it and build it into that, right? So check everything. Like make sure there's no grinding. Is the tension good? Are things responding as they should when you tighten something? Am I feeling more resistance? Am I pan? I am. I can loosen that. Is it loosening like it should? It is. So check every little thing. We have our lock here. You just lift, loosen this lever. That's going to unlock this whole plate. Now this is how you can balance your camera. And you'll see this line, there's actually numbers on the other side of the head, so you can specifically mark a certain point. So if you're on a Zoom, you can say, oh, I know I need to be at a 6. Or if I'm on a prime, okay, I know I need to be at a 3. These are all just kind of mental notes that you can make for yourself so that when you're going to a build, you can just have it set up and ready to go immediately, and you don't need to keep testing and doing these trials, right, to figure it out, because you already know, you already prepped it. You already know what the best case scenario is for whatever configuration you're in. So,
and that's the Euro plate.
this is called a Euro.
And then this is a dovetail on top of it. So that's another way that you can balance. So you can use the Euro plate to shift, and then you can also use the dovetail if we do that.
And this slides. So these are completely different plates, right? So that will slide. And then on the back, to lift off, we have a release here. So we lift, and then I'm going to pull this lever. You'll hear the snap. So now, if I want to, this camera is free to lift off. And I can completely pick it up. Now, you should be able to just click right back in. Always make sure you're locked. You should always hear a snap.
Satisfying clicks.
Yes. ACs love gratifying clicks. It's a big part of our job.
It's like one of the first things that you learn. If you don't hear satisfying clicks, like everything has a click. The battery has a click. This has a click. Like there's so many things. If you don't hear the click, could mean that something's not right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something's worn down. Maybe there's an obstruction somewhere. Always look for like in case like cables might be getting caught somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And you want to test the sliding on the plate. So once again, you can understand my motors aren't going to get in the way if I have to slide off all of a sudden for this motor onto this other plate. So it's really just familiarizing yourself with the build and figuring out what sort of compatibility and workflow you can create for yourself and your operator, right? So from there, what you would normally do is the dovetail attaches to what's called, this is a BP9 currently. And that's this lever here. The BP9 often screws directly into the camera body or a base plate that's on the camera body rather, that will hold your rod assembly. So in this case, we have what's called a 15mm lightweight rod setup. These are 15mm rods. They're in a lightweight configuration, which is this spacing. I'm actually going to pull out an MFF to show you what studio spacing looks like. So this is built for both 19 and 15mm rods. RE is very great company and manufacturer because they really think about the practicality of working with their tools. So they have a lot of great adapters and everything. So this is what lightweight spacing looks like. This is studio spacing. So as you can see, it's much wider and you're going to need different plates, which will of course create different spacing and complicates things. So that's all things that you need to check in your prep and build out everything. And we'll show you how to throw an MFF on and how to pull focus on that because yes, we all had to do that at one point.
Old school.
Old school, baby.
Or low budget nowadays. In the film days, both Rachel and I started pulling focus on film. That's how we started our careers. That's what we always use. That tool was super great. It has a lot of versatility. We oftentimes worked on the gun side, as Rachel called it. And it has things called like a speed crank and a whip as well to help you.
Yeah, I guess we can throw it on right now. So we're just gonna like toss it on real quick to show you. So we're gonna actually pull these L-bus cables. The other great thing about these motors, and I'll show you this actually while we're detaching it. So how it communicates with the camera directly is it actually, you use these L-bus cables to go directly into the port. So from here, you can attach to a motor and you can actually daisy chain from motor to motor. So that's what I did on this build because I didn't quite have long enough cables. As you can see, this one's really short. You don't always get the same exact stuff at different rental houses, right? And they don't always have the same exact things available. So sometimes you have to work with what they have. So in this case, you know, we showed up at BCINY this morning. We said, hey, what do you have that we could throw together to show everybody, you know? And these are the cables that I was given to work with, and I knew I could daisy chain them. So I used the short one to go to my focus motor rather. And I used my longer one to daisy chain from this motor to my other motor because I can do that with this system. And as long as you're individually setting your motors to what channels they should be on, they should be communicating what they are. So we're gonna go ahead and pull our motors off. And always carry an MFF on your show because you can never rely on wireless. There are times when technology will fail you and you have to fall on backup. So it's important to know the old school ways to do things because if technology fails once again, you have to know how to carry out your job at the end of the day. You have to figure out how to get that shot. All right, pull back off.
Like Rachel said, this little guy has
Yeah,
an attachment. So all I did was I pulled this one off.
That used to sit in there.
Used to sit in there. So that was studio mode. And now Rachel is set up to do lightweight mode.
So we just slide our MFF onto our rods here. We lock our gear in place. And here I'm actually gonna flip these. So on an MFF, you always have one side that's short and one side that's an extension. I personally like to throw the extension on the assistant side so it's not sticking in the operator's face. Nobody wants that. Make sure it's always rotated in the right position. A lot of people just throw these on and the gear inside isn't actually engaged. There's a little seating pin here that needs to be lined up or it's not going to work properly. So always make sure that's engaged. You should have a nice tactile spin. Go ahead, check your other side. Throw our short knob on, checking our pin again. Find the locking point. From unlock over here, there we go. And then from there, so back in the old school days, we would pull focus right next to the operator. The great thing about this is really learning the communication with your operator. A lot of these conversations happen over walkie-talkies or HMEs now, but operators will often get the focus puller's notes, and there really is a kind of dynamic relationship between an operator and a first, and different operators, of course, operate in different ways, and different focus pullers pull focus in different ways, and not everyone is always going to mesh perfectly together. So part of being a good adaptive first is learning how to work with different operators, their workflows, but also their visual style. And does this operator move more quickly? Does this one move more slowly? Do they like more passive transitions, you know? So these are all things to take into mind to work into your work. So what Lauren was talking about, we used to pull on the knob, right? But now if you're handheld, and if you're on a low budget thing, you know, what you would do is you grab your focus whip. So an MFF should always come with two very important accessories. These are often left out, so always make sure you have these. You have a speed crank and a whip. This is your focus whip. So you toss this in, and it should just click. Very nice click, satisfying clicks. Everybody loves satisfying clicks. And as you can see, I have a nice tactile spin. So I could be walking inside the camera, and you actually, if you're on the knob, another thing you need to be conscious about, you are adding force and weight. So for example, if I were to unlock this head, if you have a heavy hand, like if I pull enough, and if my hand is all the way loose, so if your operator's handheld, you know, and you're really just, like, you don't want to be fighting your operator. You can see I'm panning the camera just by really putting myself into it. So you want to have that kind of just light touch and learn how to kind of dance with them, be nimble on your feet, flow with them, so that you can feel out on the side and pull as you need to. You can see your distances right here. You can write down your marks, have your reference mark here so you can tag them. You can have your second AC cut you what's called carrots, which we'll show you later to throw on there. So I'll show you the speed crank.
Speed crank's my personal favorite
Mine too, actually.
for this. So when I was starting out as a focus puller tons of years ago, I was a B first on Lifetime movies. And on Lifetime movies, when you're the B first, you get the 135 wide open.
Yeah.
So literally you're doing this all the time. So it's the speed crank's really great because what I would do is I would do something like this where I would have my hand here, and when I knew that I needed to pull a big one, I would go right to the speed crank and go. It's really, really good for those movements where you're going to have to throw really big, really fast. Very important, and it's a little guy. It doesn't stick out as far as the whip. So basically, like, I'd have my hand here and immediately be able to go to here really quick if I had to. And a lot of times it's really great because there's big rack focuses that'll happen. So you have to go from like 3 feet to 20 feet really quickly. The speed crank helps you do a turn really fast. Whereas if I'm doing that same turn, oh God, I'm going all the way, you know, like, and that's not a very fun position. So this allows me to do this really quick. It's a great little tool. That's why they call it the speed crank. You're cranking up the speed.
So an MFF is actually a very versatile and important backup tool to have. Or if you're on a lower budget and you just need to cut a bunch of money, just go old school, like go this route, use a whip, a speed crank, and you can cut the wireless follow focus. Yes, you're gonna have to be by the camera. Yes, it might limit your movement, but it's a great option for low budget work, or if you're, if you know the shoot studio heavy, and you want to splurge on some fancy lenses instead, or DP really wants to, you could say like, hey, yeah, we're going to cut the money here and we can put it into this over here. So there's, once again, different ways that you can work with the resources you have to make the best optimum build for the production. So we've kind of touched on how to basically build a vague digital camera. Now we're going to talk about good techniques for focus pulling specifically and firsting. So I talked about anticipation and listening. I cannot stress how huge that is. Sometimes you'll hear a one-off note where, you might hear the DP talking about going to Steadicam in 2 scenes. So now I already know, I can tell my second for this scene to tell the utility to go pull the Steadicam cart off of the truck, get it moved up here so that it's here in time for that scene. So by the time that scene comes up, I'm then ready to have the cart there. I can build everything, go to that configuration. We're ready for the shot. No one's waiting on us. We're done. So always anticipate, always listen, always think about how you can keep things moving forward.
And then another thing that sort of falls into listening and anticipation is looking at the big picture. So you have to understand that camera is not the only department. There's multiple departments that you're working with, and you have to constantly be assessing all of the departments around you, what is going on around you. If you see that they're going to be doing a stunt, for instance, you need to know about safety for that stunt. You need to know where your operator is going to be, where you need to be, what everything is going to be doing. The first AD and their team are big, big, big ones to talk to about safety and any issues that you have. Like if you see that, they're setting up something near where your focus station is that could be hazardous to you, talk to them, talk to other departments. If you need something moved, being ready to anticipate that. If you know that we call it turning around, so we've been shooting one way, now we're going to shoot the other way, talking to the art department about something like, hey, can you move these items so that way I can move into this area? Always asking other people before you move other things. It's very, very important. Every single department has the stuff that they move, and you have to help keep moving things forward. So if you're just standing there and not like, okay, we're gonna turn around and well, now what do I do? Always talk to everybody, see what is going on, talk to your DP. Hey, how many more setups do we have until we move on to the next location? Thinking about those types of things to help keep things moving. You have to help keep things moving. How can I help us get there more efficiently, effectively, and safely?
Speaking of safety, never, ever, ever run. I don't care how stressed you are. I don't care what's happening. Really, the only time you should run on set is if your life is actively in danger and you need to get out of the way. That's probably the only time you should virtually run on set, because everyone is working with very expensive and heavy equipment that can injure or kill anyone. There are different departments doing different things. There are a lot of things in motion that you might not know about. So it's really important to be conscious and cognizant of that all. I've seen ratchet straps snap on menace arms and it hit the floor. Always be looking around you, be aware of your surroundings, understand that you're on set and you're in a very, it can be a very dangerous and dynamic environment. And that's something you need to keep in mind. I will say that running, not only is it a safety issue, it makes you look unprofessional, I have to say. It makes you look like you're 2 steps behind, like you weren't doing your job. It kind of makes you look bad. So just don't run, don't put yourself in that compromised position. The work can happen as it needs to. But your safety is always paramount. And that's also, once again, setting the tone for your department. If you see your first AC running around with their head cut off, how do you think the rest of the department's going to feel? They're probably not going to feel that great. I'm sure that stress is going to trickle down, you know, and people are going to feel that, and that might affect their work performance, and you might not get the best out of everyone that day, which is always what we strive for. I will say that running is the only time I've had to fire someone. So please, 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 please don't run. I had to fire someone for running with a lens in their hand because they got frantic. They let the stress of set kind of get to them, and they sprinted with the lens throughout the entire set, which caused not only myself, but the director and the DP to notice and yell. Because once again, it's not just your department looking at you and what you're doing, it's other people as well. And you absolutely set that tone.
I like to use the term with a lot of people about this that I only have one speed and it's called safe, you know, and poor planning on your part doesn't constitute a rush on mine. And basically that leads us into our next point that, you know, if we're not rushing to get something, there is downtime on set. If they're lighting a big scene, you know, your camera might just be sitting there framing up for lighting, you know, or if they're having to do a big wardrobe change, you might be waiting a little bit. During this time, you know, it's not always the best time to be checking the Insta story or Facebook or whatever. You know, this is a really good time to catch up on anything that maybe, you know, you'd put on a lower priority list, or to be looking ahead at what might be needed. If you know that the DP is going to have this big shot that they have to get before the sun goes down and we're already shooting a really big scene, this is the time where you try and organize to see, like, how can I get everybody moved there safely and effectively? Looking at, we brought up the one-liner earlier. Okay, like I have to, because for me, especially on set, I'm constantly emailing people and texting them about availability and getting their COVID test scheduled, you know, taking the time to do that. I call Bianca during my downtime too. So for me, I always try to make sure that I don't have any downtime on set. I'm constantly doing something. For instance, we had a really big move that we had to do. The sun was going down, and I knew that they were basically, you know, setting up this big shot before we went down there. And I went and talked to the DP. Hey, what carts can because right now we have her on a different cart than the DIT because of COVID. We have a whole lot more monitors. Hey, for this setup, can I have you be with the DIT? Is that safe for you? And then I start coordinating with my utility. Your utility is your biggest one because they can step away more easily than a lot of us can. Coordinating with him. Hey, how can we expedite this process? Okay, take this cart, and this cart. Or, hey, we don't need that. They are going to be your biggest legs of movement to get you places faster. Use them. They are a great tool. Use your seconds. You know, I'll call out, hey, whenever we cut, Rachel, take your focus station. I'm taking my focus station. Dolly Grips, take the cameras. Second AC, you take, B second, you take the video village cart. William, our utility, you take the lens cart. My second, Colleen, hey, you take the DP card. Always make sure that you are constantly planning ahead. It's a great time in downtime. I see second ACs cleaning lenses. Rachel's sanitizing things. Always make it, because if you always look like you're working, that means that they're getting their money's worth out of you. Remember that. Like, you're there to do a job. Yes, it's fun to check your phone and all of that stuff, but downtime is the best time to get ahead. Think of it that way. What can I be doing to effectively help my department get what they need? What can I be doing to help the DP and director achieve what they need to make their day? It is our job to help them make their day. That is the biggest thing that we do every single day.
Yes. So sorry, I'm checking my notes. So next thing I want to talk about, something that was taught to Lauren and I a long time ago. This actually comes from the film days, and it's something that I use to this day. I don't know if you do as well, Lauren. Keep looking the wrong way. Yeah, but we learned this from a fantastic lifetime first assistant. His name's Phil Bowen. It's something that I echo in my mind before every single take is the acronym FAST. And that stands for focus, aperture, shutter, tachometer. So you should always have all of these numbers memorized in your head as a first assistant before every single shot. And you should be always be double checking your settings on the camera to make sure they match those numbers, because the second they don't, you're gone. That's your job. So always remember, what were the marks that I took during the rehearsal? All right, those are my focus numbers. What aperture am I at? I know I'm at a 2.8 1/3. What shutter am I at? Oh, we have these LEDs in this scene. I know I have to be at this weird 172.8. I might have put a little piece of tape on my monitor to remind myself of that, so I know to go back to 180 when we're not looking at those LEDs. There's a lot of little tricks you can use to kind of help you remember these numbers, of course, and you find your own workflow going through that. T stands for tachometer. This comes from the film days. A tachometer was actually a footage counter for the magazine. Nowadays, that would be, if you're working on a digital camera system, that would be looking at the time left on your mag, right? Do I have enough time to run this next shot? Oh, the last take was 5 minutes. I only have 3 minutes left. I'm going to reload, right? So you're constantly looking and memorizing numbers and cataloging them in your brain and kind of wiping and then resetting for the next shot. So fast is something that I refer to mentally myself constantly before every shot, between shots. Always echo it in your brain. Remember those numbers. If you can't remember a number, guess what? You have the downtime to fix that. Once again, any chance that you can set up and anticipate or look ahead, just take it. Just take it. Because time is so precious on set, and I promise you, you're never going to get it back. It just keeps going. So just take the opportunity and do it. That being said, I'll segue into some focus pulling techniques. A big one that I use is using my thumb and muscle memory. That's a huge one for me. So I'll go ahead and show you on a hand unit here. So when I'm pulling focus during a shot, I actually prefer to, I have terrible vision. I normally wear glasses, but I prefer to wear contact lenses when I'm pulling focus, because for me, peripheral vision, and this comes from learning to pull on film, I think, is a really large part of focus pulling. And because I learned to pull from the dumb side, where I had to physically be attached to a camera, right? On the other side rather, but I'll show you on the smart side. Because I had to learn to be right here, I look at my marks here, my distance here on the lens, and then I'm looking at the actor for the distance, right? That's how I learned how to pull focus. So peripheral vision was a big part of it for me. So I oftentimes when I'm pulling focus, my head's actually kind of at a 3/4 angle, because I'm actively kind of looking at sort of a panoramic view and taking it all in a weird way. And that's something you'll kind of get more used to as you get into focus pulling, and you're going to find your own way of working. See the speed crank spinning. Hey, baby. But muscle memory is a big one, you know? So if I know that I want to be, let's say I know I have a focus mark at 6 feet, I'll set my thumb up right at the edge of that mark. And let's say I know that I have to pull them from infinity, right? I'm gonna twerk my shoulder into like the weirdest angle like that. I might be at my focus station like this, but I don't need to look at the camera. I don't need to look at myself. I don't need to look at the actor. If they're gonna hit that mark, I don't even need to look at the knob. I can just go bam, and I know that I hit 6 because I know where the natural point is of my shoulder turning, right? So you can kind of actually lock these different points of your arm, like your wrist, your elbow, and just use like one rotational point and muscle memory to really learn how to like hit these certain spots on the knob until you learn those different logarithmic lengths. And then as you go to different lenses, you'll really kind of gain the muscle memory of being able to tell like, this is a foot here, this is 2 feet on that lens, you know? You're gonna get more of a feel as you go and you get the practice of that. So for me, using my thumbs and muscle memory is a really big part of it and a big help. Or maybe if I'm in like a tight scenario, you know, and I just can't quite get to see, it's just having that is so much help, especially for like really quick racks or snaps, anything really quick. That's a really great tool to use for that. Why don't you do the next one, Lauren?
So something that Rachel and I deal with a lot is by pulling focus by eye or pulling focus with a monitor. So basically, when we started our careers, we worked with a lot of film. So it was pulling focus by the camera, like Rachel said, looking at all of the different numbers for our distance and watching the actor walk towards the camera, or if we're on Steadicam, walking beside the Steadicam with a wireless follow focus and watching where the film plane was to the subject. Now, as time has gone on, monitors were added to the camera. Then monitors and wireless video transmission was added away from the camera. Lenses have gotten faster. When we were pulling focus on film, we were pulling focus at a 4 or a 2.8. Now we pull focus on full frame at a 1.5, which is basically like a 1. So there's zero what we call depth of field at that point. You're like at a little tiny
like an
thumbnail at that point.
Yeah.
So basically, you have to know if it's more about you need the monitor or need to be focusing on distance. I'm a hybrid. That's what I like to call myself. I pull focus with distance and with a monitor. So I also have to have spatial awareness. So for instance, I did a job in Fiji. I was there for 8 weeks and my camera was the Steadicam camera. And at one point, because he had to do a very big long walk down the beach, my wireless video transmission did not work. So what did I do? I took myself from my monitor, went over to him, had the wireless follow focus with me, and I walked beside him and the actors the entire run. It was probably about a 5-minute or so oneer. And I used distance, looking at where the film plane was and where the subject was, and I used the marks that we have, you know, on our Prestons and our WCU4s that dictate, you know, if I'm 6 feet or 7 feet or 10 feet, you know, and I use that reference versus using the monitor. Now, this day and age, we use the monitors a lot because we don't pull focus with a lot of depth of field anymore. So you really have to rely on your monitor. I might know that I'm 5 feet 6 inches away from somebody, but if I'm pulling with no depth of field, 1 inch can make all the difference. Their eye can completely go out of focus. So I really need that monitor to help me on those tiny minutia moves, very tiny minutia moves. You shouldn't fully rely on just a monitor though. You need to know distance. You need to know spatial awareness as well. So really, nowadays, I know that a lot of ACs start off pulling focus with a monitor. Make sure that you take the time to learn distance with whatever way you need to do. If you need to pull out your, tape measure and start seeing like, okay, how far away is 5 feet? Okay, my lamp is 5 feet away. I always know that my lamp is 5 feet away. Okay, my TV is 7 feet away. Start getting those spatial recognitions to help you. So that way you're not so reliant on a monitor, because if your monitor goes down, if the Teradek or whatever wireless transmission goes down and you don't know how to pull focus by distance, I don't think you're going to have a job for very long. Unfortunately, it's your job as a technician to know how to do both. And I know that there are a lot of old school people that only pull focus by distance, and they have a really hard time pulling focus away from the camera at a monitor because they want to be able to see spatially where they are with the camera and the subject. If you're one of those people that needs to see that, set yourself up in a position on set where you can see the action. That way you're not in some other room. Some people love pulling focus in another room offset, but if you're one of those people that needs to see the action and the monitor, make sure you position yourself where you can see the whole thing. Don't be afraid to ask for something to be moved so you can get into a position. It's your job to make sure that everybody's hard work is in focus. So they'll take the time to wait for you to get something moved so you can be where you need to be, to make sure that they don't need to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 takes because of you. It shouldn't be because of you. Make sure you set yourself up for success.
So I would also consider myself to be what's called a hybrid focus puller. And I think Lauren and I kind of lucked out because we're in a generation that naturally transgressed from film to digital. So we kind of got to we learned both systems, which I think has made us great focus assistants in the long term, because through learning these different systems and also through being able to work through different workflows, because a narrative workflow is different than a reality workflow, it's different than a documentary workflow. You can learn the pros and cons of all these different workflows and procedures, right? And tailor them to whatever job you're going into. And Lauren and I know when we once again need to dive off of our monitor and just ditch it and go to focus pulling by distance. We know when we need to adapt to a certain way, and the adaptability is ultimately what makes you a fantastic assistant. A good assistant can adapt to any situation. And if there isn't a solution, you can make a solution, because we're creative professionals. That's our jobs. So let's see. Another method you can use for focus pulling is, once again, using the tool of your second AC. You can have a second AC set tape marks for you. A classic scenario is for a long walk up to the camera, for example. So if you have a subject walking from, per se, 100 feet all the way to minimum, and you're on, a 135, I think I actually did that shot the other week, but now that I remember.
That's B camera life.
B camera life, yeah. So, but if you're having to pull that shot, you can have your second set tape marks outside of the frame, have them go on walkie to the side, so they're obviously not in the shot, they're not in any eye lines, they're not distracting the take in any way, right? But what they can do is go on walkie and whisper, okay, they're at mark 3 and 2 and 1. And that allows you, and that's also part of creating that relationship with your second, where if you need to fall back on them, like, they're there to support you, use them. Like, you can absolutely use them for focus pulling too. They're there for you. So go ahead and do that. But yes, guessing games, You can also use different types of markers your second can. So if tape's not possible, for example, if you're on a field, good seconds will have golf tees, right? Or they'll have some other kind of markers so they can just stash them in the grass. There's all kinds of different ways we build out our kits to once again be able to adapt to any scenario and take those vague workflows that we know and adapt them to these specific situations and locations that we're having to deal with. With that being said, I'll go into learning about physicality and movement. This is a really big part of focus pulling, especially as a B first assistant when you're on the close-up. So really take the time to observe how people move. If I'm leaning into something, how does someone tilt their head? You know, if someone's bashful and smiling, they're probably gonna duck down like that, right? Or if they're screaming, they might lurch forward. You have to be able to anticipate all these things. Orange trying to pull focus on me and pull focus on that, right? So these are all little things. A big classic scenario is the sit down. I think one of the best focus pulling practices that you can give yourself, honestly, is getting a camera on some circle track on a dolly and just have somebody sit down and sit up. That's one of the best focus pulling exercises you can get because you're having to deal with the camera wrapping around at a dynamic angle while someone's moving. And they're moving in a pretty dynamic way because when most people sit down, it requires some sort of inertia or force, right? So if somebody sits down, they're probably gonna, they're not gonna just like fall back. Somebody would fall and crack their head open. There's no way they're gonna do that. They're gonna lean forward first when they're sitting, right? So be prepared to go forward, bring them back, they sit down, and then they might, rock back a little and settle into it. So learning that feathering and that physicality of natural movement and what people naturally do when they do these everyday things, like twisting or turning or touching their hair or sitting. These are all great things to kind of pick up on as a focus puller. And you're going to learn that muscle memory of like, what does a sit down feel like? What does wrapping around circle track feel like? You're going to gain all this through experience. So it's part of it is also just kind of putting yourself in the fire and trying it, which is the scariest part.
So it's also, like Rachel said, a guessing game. One of the things that I helped when I was in Nigeria, there were a bunch of ACs there that wanted to learn how to focus pull. And I gave them my rangefinder and I had them both quiz each other on how far away something was. So, and I told them at the end of the day, whoever had the most right, I'd get them Cold Stone. They had Cold Stone Creamery there, the ice cream shop. So I made a game out of it for them. And one of them is now an actual focus puller in Nigeria. He would watch me how I worked every single day. I would teach him a lot of stuff. They threw him on the B camera, poor guy, and oftentimes he got kicked off. If it was a hard focus pull, I would get the focus done on my camera. I would go over and I would pull focus on the shot. They'd cut and we'd move on. But he was always playing back and watching what I did. And I could see his hand moving, trying to figure out what I did differently than he did. So doing stuff like that for people that want to move up once you get in that position is really important. Giving them a tape measure, giving them a distance range finder to just have guessing games. So that way it helps prepare them. We got to keep on preparing the next generation of people and setting them up for success, and that also segues into leadership. So as Rachel and I have talked about, we're on this television show for Showtime called L Word, and I'm the A first. So I lead the entire department. I help the DP get what they need and to be accomplished for it. Now, this is a position that it takes time and skill and certain personalities as well to be into a position this big and on a show of this magnitude, because it's not just camera department you're working with grip and electric, you're working with production. I can't tell you how many times I get phone calls at midnight or 1 a.m. from our unit production manager or our coordinator asking me about something that they need to change very quickly. I have to run things by them as well. And as an effective leader, you have to make sure that you are setting your team up for success. You have to be a good communicator, as we have said. And it all transfers down from you. So the A first, typically, not on every show, but because we have a lot of managerial stuff that we have to do, a lot of times we're set up on the wider shot. This isn't always true on our show. Rachel and I both get thrown into the fire of the 150 and the 135 constantly. It's an ever-changing battle because we are a handheld show. But typically a lot of times, at least the old way, is the B first gets the harder pulls and the A first gets the wider shots. A lot of times that means you'll be on the crane and stuff like that as well. Her camera is the Steadicam camera. I'm the one that goes on the techno crane all of the time. So the A first has to be a leader, and to be an effective leader, you need to be a very good communicator. You have to know how to have good relationships with different heads of departments. You have to I always am very kind to everyone, and I'm always telling people thank you. I constantly tell people thank you, and I tell people thank you for the day. If somebody brings me a coffee, I say thank you. If, the greens person that's moving around the plants moves a plant so I can be put in that position, I tell them thank you, because they are helping you. And that is what this is about. You have to understand that as a leader, you're not a dictator, you're a captain of a team that cannot run effectively without each other. Now, yes, focus pulling is a big part of our job. And if you're a first AC that wants to be an A first, the best thing to do is to take time to shadow other firsts that are A first. I did my time as a B first and as a C first on jobs, and I shadowed focus pullers that have been doing it a much longer time than I did. And I watched to see how they did things. If I didn't like something, okay, I won't do that. If they were a yeller or they were mean to people, or they kind of thought that camera department was the best department and everybody else just had to fall to the wayside, I took that and I said, no, I'm not going to do that. And I got a good relationship and a good rapport with them. So when I became an A first, they would start recommending me for the lower tier jobs to become an A first for those. Now, not everybody's cut out to be an A first. B firsting, also a very nice role to have. You are very supportive to the A first. And even a C first that comes in and day plays, you've got to be really versatile, because you might not be there every day. So you have to make sure that, when you come in, you're ready to adapt to wherever everybody is now. But you're constantly shadowing to see how the A first works. And like I said, it's a very different position. Rachel doesn't have to deal with all of the managerial stuff that I have to deal with, but she does have to be a part of the team. And she effectively supports me. I talk to her about advice. I make sure that I lean on my team. It's very important as a leader, you have to know when to lean on your team. Don't just think that it's all you or nothing. Everybody has a good idea. And you always make sure that if somebody has a really good idea, that you let them know that's a really good idea. You come over to the team, hey, we're going to try Rachel's idea. I think it's really, really great. And this is what we should do. and then we run it past. But you also make sure as the A first, you're there to support the DP. You're not there to step on the DP's toes. If the DP needs something done, you make sure that you help them accomplish it. You don't try and tell them how to do their job. Never try and tell the DP how to do their job. You're the technical position. If they ask you for something, as long as it is safe, you help them accomplish it. You should always be solution oriented, not excuse oriented. Always have a solution as an A first, always helping them. And that brings me to one quick story. We had a situation on set where we were in a location where the wireless system just wasn't working. It just wasn't working. Video kept on going down, and it was going down for Rachel's camera. Unfortunately, we had to do a hard reset on it. Nothing was working. Everybody just, the set stood still. Nothing was happening. So I'm there, you know, I'm watching everything go down. I walk over to the DP, and I know I just said you shouldn't tell your DP how to do their job. So this is how I kind of approached it. Hey, so I don't think this is going to be up in the next 10 minutes. And I know that we need to shoot. Would you like me to suggest something? And she said, please do, because our DP trusts us. She really does. And I'm like, this is what I think you should do. Right now, we have this shot set up. I think that A camera should go ahead and do this shot. B camera will continue working on trying to get this wireless system figured out. The DIT will continue working on that. If it's not up, then we're going to move to do the B camera shot that you wanted to do. And we can hardline B camera on the outside of the restaurant we were shooting in for a lying in wait shot. Now at this point, if it's still not back up, we've got a steady cam shot later on. How about, because I was very afraid to power down my wireless transmitter because of the location issues, how about A camera goes on the steady cam and B camera will do the 135 walk up that we all talked about. And she looked at me and she goes, I like this plan, let's do it. And so I went over the walkie, I told everybody what we were going to do. Everybody started moving to do everything. I went up to the AD, this is what we're going to do. And her and the director said, great, because we can shoot. So you have to know when to step into that leadership role in an effective way, and when to approach the DP and talk to them correctly and not just say, this is what you should be doing. You're the technician. You offer them a solution. Hey, I have a suggestion about how we can move forward. Never step on their toes.
So we're getting towards the end here, I promise. Thank you all for sticking with us. Yes, being present is a huge thing. Always, even if you're separated or being pulled away from the camera, like we talked about, oftentimes you're separated or having to be, you know, shoved into a faraway room. Between takes, you should always be present. You should always go check in with your operator, especially once you get to larger budget shows and operators that have been working for a long time. They might be more used to having an assistant at the other side of the camera. That might be the way that they're really used to working and the way that they really like to work, because they felt like they could communicate with the assistant better and give better focus notes throughout the shot, and they felt like they could do better work, right? So a lot of them kind of miss that aspect of the job. So being able to check in with your operator between every shot is a way to kind of revive that feeling, but also keep the collaborative effort and that relationship that I was talking about alive between learning how to work with your operator. I go and check in with my camera operator on the show that I'm working on between every single shot. And I say, hey, I feel like we really got these moments great. Like here, I wish, here I really wanted to like go here with the emotion in the scene, but you were a little too tight for it. What do you think about that? You know, how do you want to play that moment? And we'll actively kind of change the blocking in the shot sometimes and find things even for a director of photography that they didn't even know they had that they end up loving even more. So sometimes through that just collaborative process and by moving forward, you can actually bring things to your DP that even they didn't imagine that they end up really enjoying and using. I know there's a critical scene that we did a couple weeks ago where I made a pretty distinct focus choice, and our director of photography, she went on the walkie at the end of the day and she said, Rachel, you know, I kept watching your shot and I kept wanting to tell you to pull back to these other people, but then I just kept being stuck with your choice and I really liked it. And I was like, yeah, no, I liked having to sit with that person and their pain. Like I liked making the viewer sit with that. So understand that you really have a lot of creative control as a focus puller. It's not all about numbers. It's not all about if you're hitting the mark exactly every time, because at the end of the day, my mom doesn't know if you're hitting 30 feet on that shot. She cares about what she's feeling when she watches it. I'm sorry, that's all she knows, right? So the emotion that you bring to your work is absolutely a part of it. So being present and creative, that collaboration and keeping that creative energy alive and alleviating all the stress and the logistics and the technical stuff around it, right? The goal is almost to be so good at your job and know all of this stuff so well that it almost falls background so that you can really produce the work that you want to with the DP and the operator.
And that was a good shot that Rachel did those few weeks ago. It was really, really brilliant. We had an actor that was really just in that scene. And as a focus puller, it's so important to understand, like, that's why we read sides whenever they're sent, you know, that's why you read scripts. So that way you understand the emotion that those characters are going to be put through. And you need to also understand, like, after a few weeks, you'll kind of see this is how they kind of want this shot, you know, and you'll be able to understand, hey, like, this is the focus choice that I should be making. Because sometimes the DP and director have this very specific view, and if you aren't paying attention to what they really want, you could be causing performances to be missed, opportunities to be missed. And like Rachel said, it's very important to check in with your operator. We both do that all of the time. I know that, like, with my operator, a lot of times I'll let them know, hey, I really think that this is where I need to be at this moment. So that way they know, okay, Lauren's going to go there at that moment. I'm going to wrap around a little bit more to get that look that's happening. So that way we both work as a team. You have to be able to sync up with your operator, is what I like to call it. When you sync up, you can sometimes feel where they're going to move before they move. And that's a skill that does take time. Don't think that you have to go into the races tomorrow and be ready to do it. You know, when you sync up with an operator, it's a beautiful dance. It's the most stunning dance of all. It's one of the biggest reasons why I love focus pulling.
Best feeling ever.
It's such a great feeling because you're moving as one together. You're accomplishing something for the bigger picture. And it's so brilliant. And that's why we love checking in with the operators after every single take if we can. Our DP is really great about giving notes as well. It's very, very, you know, you can tell them, like, this is why I made this choice. But a lot of times our DPs trust us so much that they understand why we're making a specific choice. And if they want something different, make sure that they're telling you that they want something different. Because you could go several takes and if they're watching multiple cameras, they might miss that you're doing something. And so when they choose that take to focus on your camera, why did you just do that? Well, it's because at this moment, she was giving this look, or he was doing this amazing thing where he just, sunk down, and I felt like that was the moment. And then they're like, oh, I wasn't even thinking about that, because they're also thinking about a lot of things. So you are literally telling the audience what is important in a scene, what is important in that angle to be focused on. That is the power of the focus puller. And we have to be very attuned to those moments. You don't want to rack away from somebody when they're giving their heart and soul to something random in the background. You want to be on that moment, because if they give that miraculous tear that everybody's been waiting for and you weren't there, that might have been the last take that the actor had to give. Which also, segueing from focus pulling and operating into creative solutions as well, because we have these shots that we do that require certain things for the operator, for anything. We had a couple of weeks ago, we had this scene going where we had this insane crane move that was taking place, and we had this 12:1 on the C camera. And 12:1 is a 24:2 90mm lens. It's huge. And we had brought a C team in to have the whole thing set up. They were out there practicing the whole gambit. And the next thing you know, we get out there and it's dark. And because we're shooting full frame, the aperture, so the iris on that puppy, not so bright, not so fast. And our lenses that we use are super fast. Now, what ended up happening was, my camera's up there trying to get a handheld shot. Rachel's camera is still in Steadicam. And the DP's like, I need more light. That camera needs to get off of the 12:1. And so the DP and I are talking, and it's like, okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm like, okay, Matt Borick on C camera, keep on doing what you're doing. Rachel, how long is it going to take you out of Steadicam? You know what? That's not a good idea. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go on the techno. We're going to get me all set up. Matt's going to build into handheld mode. And Rachel, you're going to stay in Steadicam because we've got a Steadicam shot after this. Ready, break. And everybody immediately swarmed in. I had my utility second, everybody was creatively trying to get this thing up and onto the crane because we were trying to make up time. So you have to be ready to be creative really quick, just like that. You need to be able to make a decision like that, and you need to have a team that can execute it very quickly and efficiently. And we were able to get some amazing, beautiful crane work because of it. But you have to be able to think creatively on the fly. That's what being solution oriented instead of excuse oriented is. So be ready to be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Look at everything that's going on around you and assess it, so that way you can help them get the shot. If the operator is, they need to go from up here to down here, how do we help them do that? If they need to get onto Steadicam really quick, which Rachel does all the time, like a beast, just really kills it every single time. What tool is going to be the best tool for the job? And how can we effectively and efficiently and safely get that creatively moved over? All of those types of things are what we always have to have in the back pocket. Always creative solutions, whatever it might be. It doesn't, my utility kind of says this a lot. It doesn't have to be pretty, doesn't have to be pretty, just has to work. It just has to work. And that's the name of the game with him. He's a fast mover. So he'll constantly get it done. As long as it works and it's safe, it's effective. If you don't have time to tidy up the cables to make it, perfect and pretty for your little Insta, that's not the point. The point is to be creative on how you get something accomplished very quickly, whatever it might be. If they need to get closer, you need to take the matte box off, find a way to get the filter that they need still back on, with your taping methods, any type of thing like that, any type of tool that you have in your toolbox to help create a creative solution. And that might be on the managerial side with the story I just told you, being creative with how you get something accomplished. And it could be on the camera. How do we creatively make a shot happen for the DP that they didn't think that it could happen before? You have to constantly be able to be a technician as well as a good listener and a good solution-oriented person.
What Lauren won't tell you is our GP was completely shook. I mean, just shook with how quick that transition took, like was shocked. So really with the right team and the right communication, you can carry out some pretty big plans very, very quickly, especially if you get to be in a position where you get to hire crew and you know everyone's just as talented as you are. And they're giving great energy because you're putting great energy out there and you're setting that tone for them, which is huge. So with that, that's kind of the end of like our tips and techniques. Something we do want to show you, we actually took pictures on set yesterday for you all. So we're going to screen share, and because we couldn't really show you what a big scale build looks like here, we wanted to show you what we're actively working with in the field. So Bianca, if you can help us out with screen sharing, we're going to show you some slides of photos we took in our builds. So this is Lauren's build. This is the A camera. I'll let you go ahead and speak on your build a little.
So this is the camera that's obviously on our show. It's a Sony Venice. We shoot 6K full frame. And everything is wireless on this thing, everything, because that's how we have to work, because we are an entirely handheld show. 95% handheld with some techno in there and some Steadicam. So with my build, how I wanted to design it, my operator likes for things to be very compact and low to the ground. So it actually doesn't live on this guy. It doesn't live on this head. It slides off of the BP9 and the dovetail completely. So it gets very, very low for them. On it, I have a Light Ranger, the newest Light Ranger from Preston. So it's a little bit more boxy. And then I have, my motors are labeled. So my motors and my motor cables are labeled. So I'll label focus iris, and then my cables have an F or an I, and they have an F or an I on the other side as well. You can also see, like I talked about way earlier, so I've got a motor on this mat box, underslung on the bottom. So that guy controls the rotopola, so the polarizer. The rotopolas have a gear on them. Now our DP not only controls the iris, they control that pola as well. So we have a single channel that we use, and they flip back and forth between the focus setting that we've set on the Preston for the single channel to be in the auxiliary port. So you can see on my camera, I have a motor plugged into the auxiliary port, and they can spin the pola. It's really important for them because of the skin tones, because we have a lot of different, a very diverse cast. So with certain skin tones, they need to use the pola to sort of bring certain things back, bring some sheen in, adjust for those skin tones. So, and then I have, of course, the Teradek on there since we have to be wireless. And we also have, you see this thing that says Sony, and it's got like a little dongle shifted out, and it's got a blue light on it. That thing helps our DIT to be in control of the camera settings. So he has a little iPad in the back on his cart, and that dongle sends a signal to his iPad, and he's able to adjust all of our settings back at his cart, which is really, really awesome. And then I decided to go with a shark fin. So I have two bricks, two gold mount batteries that are on the back of this camera to help balance it out more. This helps you do hot swaps, as we call them. So you can pull one off, change it. The camera still stays powered on, and then you can pull the other one off put it on, and it stays on. You don't have to power down the camera at all. And then we have spider grips on here, so the hand grips for the operator. And they also, my operator, you can't really see it on this side of the build, but my operator uses a 5-inch monitor for being able to view the image. He tried using the eyepiece, but he ended up preferring to use the monitor itself. And then I have a hand grip on the top of the camera. This helps my dolly grip because he'll grab the under part of the camera. So he'll either grab right under the camera and use that, or he'll grab onto the operator's spider grip handle and pull it off as well. Another shout out to Ratworks. I have, for my MDR, I have a right angle paddle that they made for me and anodized for me. Now, Preston also has these paddles. You can get paddles from different vendors. This one I like because it has the nice seating pins and it really locks in well. I never have to really unscrew it at all. But yeah, so that's basically my build. It's built for handheld 95% of the time until I go to the techno. When I go to the techno, that hand grip comes off, the hand grips come off, and then we fly on. That's my build. Oh, and here's another one. This is the,
yeah, in the cradle.
this is, so my camera sits in a cradle. So the camera cradle is great because it can attach to the rolling stands and your dolly grip can move it around for you. Or if you don't have a dolly grip, you know, your seconder, you can roll it around and it can sit there and frame up a shot roughly. So that way it doesn't always have to be on your operator's hands. And also, so your dolly grip isn't always having to hold it and put it, you know, on an Apple box and they can't freely move around at that point. And you can see that my camera also has this thing on the front of the matte box. That's a ring light. Our cast members have fondly called it the Ring of Fire. But it is attached via a P-tap port, and our gaffer, he has a wireless system that controls the dimming of it, and it also can control the color temp of it. It's really actually brilliant little thing to be used, you know, if they just want something that can follow the actor around. You don't have to have an extra person there holding, you know, Hollywooding a light anymore, which is really, really awesome. And oh yeah, somebody's commenting on the cable management. Yeah, I use cable ties, these little gear ties. I love the coloring because we're on the L word, so I kind of want to be a rainbow for the LGBTQ world. And then I love putting patches on my camera as well. As you can see, there's a Mandalorian one. And on the top of the camera, on my MDR, there's a locket box on there, and sound department is the one that normally provides you with that. So they're in charge of time code. So that helps our camera keep time code. And you can see that on my Teradek, I have these two little stubby antennas instead of the big long antennas. I prefer these because they're less likely to break, for one thing, and they're a little bit more compact. So for me, I think that they're really great because they're not flimsy and floating around everywhere, and they're not going to fall off. But yeah, so that's basically my build. There's a camera.
Yeah. I think the next one is, yeah.
Yeah,
So this is my camera at the prep, actually, here at B-Cine. So this is when we were first starting out, and I was figuring out, you know, the different pieces. So this is built roughly on sticks. You can see my hard tape on the front box bracket, like I was talking about, on the front of the tripod head. We have the Light Ranger, of course, up top with the letter B on it. You can see those longer antennas that Lauren was talking about on the Teradek in this photo. I eventually swapped mine out when we got our other short antennas in, but I also like to wear a top handle. My camera also slides off above the BP9. I actually built my camera with a smaller locking articulating plate. And then I actually got an extra one of those to screw into the Steadicam plate. So one of the reasons why I can flip from handheld to Steadicam so quickly is because all I have to do is I've already built the rest of my camera to be optimized and weighted for a good balance on a Steadicam. All I have to do is pull my handle grips, the rods, the onboard monitor, that top handle, slide off, and then I slide onto his plate and I'm ready to go. And the only way that I could get to that is by having the prep days, right? To be able to work out and figure out a solution and get the extra plate and come up with that creative problem solving of having that extra plate so that I could flip modes that easily. And I don't have to deal with unscrewing screws and rescrewing screws, because at the end of the day, every single second counts and it adds up. So it's super important. We could go to the next slide. So this is my camera in the cradle. As you can see, we have the shorter antennas up top now. This is the smart side of the camera. You can see my rotopola motor at the bottom. That's actually the cable for the rotopola coming down alongside the lens there. My operator has a 5-inch monitor. He prefers that for weight. And yeah, so that's it in a handheld configuration. We can go to the next slide. So this, you can see kind of the ring light a little bit better. I wanted to kind of get a close-up shot and show you all what that configuration looks like. So this is actually a great story where this wasn't presented to us at prep, actually. We had no idea we had to wear ring lights on the show at all. We showed up on day one and lighting department came up and said, hey, can you throw these on the camera? And, you know, the DP said like, yeah, we want to throw this on the camera. So all of a sudden, you know, I had to figure out a way to get this thing on the camera. So I noticed there were some swatches of Velcro on it. So I Velcroed my matte box and I figured out that the bungee cords actually slide onto the little eyebrow bracket really well. And I can actually use that to lock it down and use it as kind of like an extra securing force for it so it doesn't fall off. So once again, I'm not only keeping the practicality of the build in mind, I'm keeping the safety of the build in mind, right? Because I don't want that thing just flying off and hitting an actor. That's a really great way to get fired. So we don't want to go there. We're going to make sure it's safe and great. Going to the next, I also like patches. You see the Life Aquatic. So this is Lauren's build on the crane, actually.
Up on top. Okay, so my camera, like I told you guys, goes on the crane a ton. So I had to keep that in mind with my build to be able to switch over to the crane really quickly. All I really have to do with my camera is I take my top handle off and I lose my 5-inch monitor, and I'm and then my hand grips, as you can see, the hand grips are gone. So basically that's just literally like a 3, maybe 4-step thing, and I'm ready to go. So you always have to keep that in mind, and keeping your camera compact. Never build your camera out wide, because when it goes on things like this, there's, as you can see, there's 2 sides to this actual remote head. So if I build it out very wide, then it's not going to be able to fit into there, and it can cause obstructions. And always making sure that your cables are super tucked in as well. You don't want a cable to snag onto the remote head while it's doing a shot, because it could rip something off and it could make that thing fall. Now, what you can't really see in this picture, but our remote head team, so our Techno Crane team and our dolly grip team always do this very well for me. They immediately supply me with a safety chain. I've got a safety chain on this camera, and I've also got a safety chain on the far side of the matte box, because a lot of times when you're doing a techno shot, you should always be prepared that they're going to want to do one of these. And that matte box, it could, you know, if it's not tightened down enough or something, you know, it could fall off, and you don't want that thing to fall. You know, sometimes these techno cranes are 60 feet. So if it's all the way up at its full 60 feet send, then that's a long way for that thing to fall. And I always make sure that I have an extra dovetail plate for them as well. So if I'm going on a bigger lens, I always make sure that I have, you know, like an 18-inch dovetail to hand off to them. That way I can immediately slide on and I don't have to, unscrew my wedge plate that's on the bottom of my current dovetail. So always make sure that you have a backup dovetail for things like this. It's very, very important. Where's the best place to put the safety chain on the mat box? So depending on the mat box itself, a lot of mat boxes nowadays have on the operator side, there's a little, we might be able to show it. Right here. Yeah, I'll show it. Yeah. So here on this mat box, there's a little guy right here that's great to hook in a safety chain. It's perfect. And pretty much all clip-on mat boxes have this now. So it's a great way to, get a carabiner in there, or if they have tie line, they'll do a little tie loop in there. Before that, with the wire ones, they've also put them in between here before and locked them down. Back before, like, if there wasn't a carabiner safety chain on set, but this is honestly your best point. My dolly grip always puts it right there for me. All right, I think we can go back to slides. So that's the crane. We could go to the next one. So this is Steadicam. This is actually one of the first days that we did Steadicam, and you can see because I still have the long antennas on. So this is actually like the first day when we were kind of doing trial by fire and figuring out the best methodology. But as you can see, like I said, I pulled the monitor off the top handle, the handlebars, and I was able to just slide onto the plate. So that's our camera and Steadicam. We can go to the next slide. More techno crane. There's the 12-to-1. Yeah, so this is the 12-to-1 I've been talking to you guys about. So see how big the camera gets? That thing gets so big. And I mean, some people have to two-man the thing. I normally just am like hoist it onto my shoulder, and then somebody's going to have to pull it off of my shoulder once I get over there. But as you can see, there's that longer dovetail that I was talking about. So always make sure that you have one of those whenever you're going onto this thing, because the techno crane remote head tech is going to have to balance this thing. And if you give them a tiny little dovetail, a 12-inch one, they're not going to be able to balance it very well. You need to be able to give them the ability, because if that head is not properly balanced, it can break the actual machinery in the head, the gimbals of it and everything. And that's a very, very expensive thing to have to replace. And as you can see, I now have 4 motors going on this thing. So all of my MDR has every single spot taken up now. And my operator for this shot, I hooked the Microforce. I had like a 20-foot cable that went from my hand unit over to him. And it was hooked into where his wheels were. And we put it right there so that way he could zoom in and zoom out. And actually, this was a great situation where my second AC, she actually stepped over and did the zooming for him so that way he could focus on the wheels. So once again, making use of everybody on the team, so that way I didn't also have to zoom and pull focus. She stepped in to help us be able to achieve the shot. But always making sure that you have everything that you need. As you can see, I have longer cables now. So making sure that you ask for longer cables, knowing, here at BCine, they have set up an actual, because we don't have the 12-to-1 with us all the time, they've set up a little package for us. So each time that I say, hey, Bianca, these are the days that I need the 12-to-1, she sets aside everything. It has all of the cables in it that we need. And it has all of the hardware that we need, the Microforce, any extra motors that we need, and always communicating with your rental house. If you have specialty items like this that don't always live on the show, like, look, I had to get a bigger mat box. I have a 6x6 mat box now on there because I've got a bigger diameter now, and we're worried about vignetting. So if I put a smaller mat box on there with the filter trays, compact more, it eats up how wide that lens can go before they see these, the black little parts of the actual image start closing in on it with vignetting. So you need to make sure that you ask for the proper stuff. I had to ask for the proper size filters. You don't want to use step down trays to make it into a 4 by 5.6 by filter. You want to make sure that you ask for the full 6 bys. So always making sure and checking the list twice over. Because a lot of times if a rental house is really busy, they might throw together a list and you have to make sure that you're helping them, not hurting them, by following up with them, making sure that you have all of the things that are needed. Because sometimes everybody gets in a rush. You need to make sure that you're helping them be an extra set of eyes, because if that shows up and it doesn't have the filter that the DP needs, then you can be hurting what the shot could have been. I think we can go on to the next slide.
Yeah.
And this is
There's your top down you're talking
this
about.
is the top down shot that I was talking about. So see, this thing is at full 60-foot send. My camera is facing completely down. And my operator did this amazing shot where he started here and he pulled them all the way down to here. He did a really, really great job. And our techno team did an amazing job too. Very great at communication. Communication is so key with this. And everybody stayed in their lanes and effectively helped the shot happen. It was a really, really cool thing to see. Our operators are very, very talented. They're amazing on wheels. It's ridiculous how awesome they are at it. I think that we can go to the next.
Yeah. Your focus station.
Okay, this is my focus station. So this is my focus station. As you can see, there's the dolly mate I was talking about. There's my hand unit that I was saying, I dropped all that money and got that puppy. And then also you can see the Light Ranger's brain, if you will. This connects. I don't have the bars up on my screen because I like to do something where I have one input on my screen that has the bars and all of the readings of the Light Ranger, like Rachel's does here.
Mhm.
And then I can press the other input and I can just see the regular screen as is. Now, as you can see, I have a hoodman on. I like to sort of keeps a lot of the looky-loos, as we like to call them, away from our monitors, especially during COVID times. This is super, super important. You don't need people standing directly behind you. It's putting everybody at risk. And on top of that, a lot of times if somebody's standing directly behind you, they can create reflection in your screen and be very distracting toward you. So I like to have my hoodman on at all times because it helps zero in, and it also helps me if if any reflections are pinging off of something and they're hitting into my eye, I can be fully focused on everything that's going on in there. My hand unit is hooked into, it's a little ultralight arm with a Cinelock, so it's a quick release little guy. So I like to pull with my hand unit locked in to the actual station, but I want to be able to quickly pull my hand unit off. So I have a Cinelock that's normally hooked into the back of here, and I just unclick and pull my hand unit off and I can go if I need to, because sometimes you need to take your hand unit over to the camera to do some work, or sometimes if like we were saying earlier, you have to, I call it going rogue. You have to unclick really quick and go over and pull by distance and by eye. You have the ability to do so. You're not hindered in. Now on the back of my focus station, you can't see it. That's where my wireless receiver is. That's where the battery goes. That's where all the cabling is. And as you can see, I have my dolly mate set up with all my tools, and then my second has hung her marking tape onto there because it's a very quick way for her to just be able to grab it and go. And then also our seconds in our utility made for Rachel and I these little lens cheat sheets that live on there too. A lot of times you'll have a DP or an operator asking you, hey, so this 40 mil, what's minimum on it? And you're like walking into the second, trying to get them to look at the case, but that derives into seconds, into minutes or whatever. So if you create these little cheat sheets, they're Velcro. We put Velcro on the back of them. You can stick them everywhere. You can even stick them on the camera for the operator if you want to. So a lot of times, if I'm seeing in a rehearsal, my operator wants to get really, really close to an actor, I'll say, hey, so on this 65, it's a 2-foot minimum. So just don't go past 2 feet. And a lot of really good operators were focus pullers back in the day. So they understand what that means. And also, you can immediately see it. We also have in our cheat sheets what stop the lenses open up to as well. And it's the full listing. And you can interchange these out. Like we have multiple lists because we have different lenses that come in as well. And then I also, of course, have decorated. I see people commenting on my patches. But yeah, I do a lot of decorating of patches. I'm a big patch fan. And then I also have like anything that the second might need if they need to grab something off of my station. But once again, my second is my greatest tool. So I normally don't even touch what's in my dolly mate. It's normally all Colleen Haley, just giving me everything that I need to do my job.
So we can go to the next one. So this is my focus station. Pretty similar setup to Lauren's. If I've also decorated mine a little. Actually, one of the second ACs that I worked with gave me that cute little wind wheel. But I also have my hand unit on a cine lock. I prefer to pull with my hand unit attached to my station as well. I just find that it keeps my wrist from getting tired throughout the day. It can get a little exhausting just carrying it around all the time. You have the Light Ranger brain, of course. If we go to the next slide, I think I took kind of like a side view. Yeah, so you can see a little better. So you see the Teradex stacked on the back. The batteries on the back. I have a RoboCup. You got to stay hydrated. I actually keep my Comtech in that little third section on the back. And then I have a cable cup with my different Preston rings. Because I'm the B first assistant, I often spend a lot of time on those longer rings. So, longer lenses. So I need to change rings. I might switch from a D ring to a C ring between shots. So I really like having my rings on my stand, and switching rings is a big tool in my personal toolbox as a focus puller. And then you see my little pouch that I showed you earlier hanging on there. And then I have a comfy little guitar strap that I've gotten for my hand unit. It's a little comfier, and you don't have to give it back to the rental house. There's no cooties, it's yours. You can add pins and patches to it and have fun, of course. So if we go to the next slide. So here's what our cart looks like. This is actually last night. I just wanted to give you guys an idea of what a cart looks like at the end of the day. So we've wrapped our camera. It's sitting at the end. I actually have a QRB with a spinner there, so I can work on both sides of the camera easily. In my trough, you can see that I actually have these 3D printed organizers for my T-handles, for Kimtech wipes. My second AC put his soft and hard Velcro in there. He has his run bag on top, which has all of our essentials in it. We like to use lens wraps a lot. So that's what a cart looks like. You can see our lens cart just behind it. So you can go to the next slide. Oh yeah, here's Lauren's camera on her cart. So,
There's us.
There's us. And here's us being cute on set. We wanted to show you all our team.
So that's our team at Christmas, right before we broke for the holidays. So as you can see, everybody was all festive. Everybody wore their ugly Christmas sweaters. Rachel brought in a little Christmas tree that our operator Will Dearborn is holding. So everybody got super festive. So always keep team morale up. Give We love doing little theme days, it helps everybody get excited because our team's so excited to come and work with each other every single day because we take the time to be personable as well. We work really hard and we spend a lot of time, 12, sometimes 15, 16 hours on set. Here's us in our B Cine swag. So this is with our other DP, Moira. So B Cine outfitted all of us with these, the amazing things that we're wearing here. So we had a B Cine Friday. So everybody wore their B Cine swag that day and represented, and everybody was jealous of all of these. Like, we had to get our director one. We had to get everybody one. People's spouses were stealing all of these little hoodies and stuff. So really, take time to appreciate the rental house that you work with because they do a lot for you. They make sure that you have what you need when you need it. They accommodate for you, build that relationship with the rental house. It's such an important thing. They are the utmost important thing for you. If you have a bad relationship with them, maybe you're not going to get the best gear. Maybe things, won't go as well. But if you're constantly communicating with them, setting them up for success, that's the important thing. Always set up your rental house for success because they are setting you up for success. Always have that good relationship and rapport because, a rental house like B Cine, they're a couple years old and they're working hard to have a big network. So we want to help extend our network to them and help them succeed and grow in the business world because we love what they're doing here. We love being a part, having them a part of the L-Word family. So always appreciate your rental house. Next slide. Oh, yep. Here's another theme Friday. We just had this theme Friday, actually.
Last night.
This was Power Ranger theme. So everybody got a Power Ranger sweatshirt of some sort. And we got to have a little bit of fun. We did morphing time and everything. So always creating that good environment for everybody. Got to make sure that everybody knows that they're a part of a team and that, we're here to work, but, working is also fun. We love what we do. In my opinion, we have one of the best jobs in the world. We get to come into something that is different every single day. We get to work with different people that, you'd probably never meet otherwise. And everybody's so creative and so passionate about what they do. So you want to create a really good work environment as a leader, as a fellow set member. It's very, very important to just have a good attitude, be kind to one another. And look, then you get to be Power Rangers together. Look at that. And then I think the next one.
I think that might, yeah, there's that.
There's Rachel and I,
With our builds.
Red Ranger and Yellow Ranger representing. And then there's Bianca, our fearless rental house leader.
Who's been so nice and let us go so over today.
She's let us go.
Huge shout out to B Cine for still letting us teach you all. We're going to wrap this up soon. But everyone, please stay in touch with us. We teach workshops every now and again. There's no way that we could have tackled everything in this one workshop, but we wanted to try to give you the best kind of concise, I guess, workshop that we could that sort of tackled the big themes and challenges of being a first assistant and kind of what you have to keep in mind as you're moving into that position. So that being said, I'm going to let Lauren give some final words of wisdom. Huge thank you to B Cine again, Bianca, the whole team here for providing the gear, the space, setting up this remote workshop for us. Thank you all so much for your donations and time. We're super excited to do this, and we're super passionate about teaching different groups of people so we can continue to make filmmaking a diverse and beautiful artistic process.
So just a little bit of words of wisdom and advice. Your network, they're your biggest tool out here or wherever you are. Networking is such an important thing. It was drilled into Rachel and I when we were in school. And honestly, what the people that I met, you know, if you're looking to go into film school, for instance, the people that I met at film school became my first network. I mean, look at it. I've known Rachel for 10 years, 10 years, and we're working together on a big show. Like, how important is that network? You know, I hired her to be a part of my team because I wanted her to be a part of my team because she's great at what she does. Your network can provide something like that where, you know, they have a great skill, they're a good person, they're respectful, they are a respected person, they can addition to your team. Your network also is what helps you get jobs, obviously. If you have a strong network, you'll work a whole lot, yes, but you need to make sure, like with networking, also becomes the responsibility of your reputation. So you're going to build a better network if you have a good reputation. So what that reputation is years upon years of hard work. So you're working hard, you're having a good attitude, you're not going to yell at people, you're going to be respectful of people, you're going to be kind to them, you're going to work with a team, you're not going to work against a team. And what I like to say is it takes years to build a reputation and seconds to burn it to the ground. So keep that in mind as you're building your network, to always be kind to them, to always, if whether it's, you know, this low budget job or this top tier job, give the same effort to each job. I get commented all the time. They're like, Lauren, this isn't a union show. If I'm doing non-union, I'm like, yes, but I'm going to bring the union caliber work to it because I want everything to be safe. I want everybody to know what's going on and everything. You know, you spend years developing this network, put time into meeting people. If you're an introvert, these types of things are great ways to meet people. COVID has created that ability for us to go to these remote work type things. And you can connect with people online. You can connect with people on Instagram. You can connect with them on Facebook. There's so many platforms now. When Rachel and I started, there weren't as many platforms. But when COVID settles down and you can start going to in-person things, make sure that you take those times. In the beginning, you need to be hungry for it. Because now I don't look for work. I haven't looked for work in a long time. My network supplies my work. They took care of me during COVID. I was working starting the first week of June back last year. I was one of the first people back, and it was because my network was taking care of me. So take care of your network. You know, if you get a job and you have the ability to hire people, look at that. You know, Rachel networked with me, so now she works on Showtime. It's very, very important. And that comes with, like I'm saying, respect. Respect everyone. Think about it this way. The PA that you're working with could one day be the producer that you work for. Always remember that. The person that's picking up your trash could one day be giving you cash. You know, think of it in that type of mentality. Everyone was, oh, somebody said they lost audio, but always be respectful, because there are no small parts, only small actors. Everybody is important on the team. Your utility is just as important as your DP. The producer is just as important as the PA is. Always have a good attitude with everyone. Like I said earlier, saying thank you constantly, letting people know that you are respecting them. Thank you for this coffee. Thank you for moving that thing. Thank you for the day. Thank you for this opportunity. Always be thankful, because yes, your hard work got you there and your good attitude got you there, but the people that you surrounded yourself with also got you there. Never stop learning either. Never stop learning. We are in an industry that is ever changing, ever changing. So remember that even if you've been doing this for 25 years, doesn't mean that you know everything. The second that you think you know everything is when you need to keep on learning. It's so, so important. And that also leads to being humble. You know, I work by a lot of focus pullers that have had way more years than me. And sometimes they can get, you know, a little full of themselves. They're on this big show, everything's going so great, and they forget where they came from. And all of a sudden they don't, you know, they don't remember what it was like to be in that utilities position. They don't remember what it's like to be run and gun. Keep on being humble and never stop learning, because you don't want to have the attitude of a know-it-all on set. You need to be solution oriented. You need to be working as a team. Be okay to say, you know what, you're right. Because everybody on the team can bring something new to the table. It doesn't always have to be your way. It's never going to always be your way. Be humble about what you do. I'm thankful for what I do every single day, because I've worked really hard to get here, but the people have helped me continue to get further and further and further. I am on Showtime because I had DPs that believed in me, people that believed in me, and they told these other DPs, believe in this person. And just because I'm on a big show doesn't mean I'm not going to go back to run and gun one day. Always, always be humble. Never forget where you came from. It's so important, because those skills that you develop whenever you're run and gun are the skills that you will use on a big show one day. I can guarantee it. I have changed a 12-to-1 by myself before, while watching another first have to use 4 people to do it, and took twice as long because they didn't remember where they came from. They didn't understand what it was like to have to change something that big by yourself. So never lose those skills. My utility, he has amazing run and gun skills. He's never lost them. It gets him very far. I constantly hire him because it gets him very far. And he never complains, which is another thing. Like, don't complain. Be solution oriented. Be solution oriented. I know that days are going to be tough. I know that you're going to be, I've been in mud. I've been in water up to my waist, going through jungles with cameras. And it's a part of the job. You have to move forward. Like I played sports growing up, and one of the biggest things is, you know, if you make a mistake, that play's over. It's time to move on. Because if you dwell on it, you're not going to be able to accomplish the day really well. So leave that play and move on to the next play. And think about the fact that you are a part of a team. So always look out for your team. My biggest job is to make sure that my team is safe. So always be looking out for one another. It is your job to look out for the person to your left and to your right to make sure that they're safe. My team counts on me daily to not put them in unsafe conditions and to speak up if something isn't right. You know, just because they want a shot doesn't mean that that shot is necessarily safe. And there's a more effective way to do it. There just is. We've all been put in unsafe conditions. Make sure that you're not the cause of putting your team in an unsafe condition that you could have helped prevent. And lastly, be on time. That's like the biggest, one of the biggest. You know, in LA, where Rachel and I live, there's a lot of traffic, lots of traffic. And so that can cause you to be late a lot of times. In the focus puller position, especially the A-first position, you need to be there early. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you want to sleep 30 minutes, 30 more minutes. It doesn't matter, you know, if you want to stop and get a coffee and it's going to take you out of your way. I'm always on set at this point an hour early. I like to get there. I like to get breakfast. I like to be able to, you know, get into the set and see what's going on. If I have a pre-call, I always give my team a pre-call to help us get in to a set and a location on time. I can think of a great example of this. Yesterday, production told us, oh, you're not going to have to move anything but these 2 or 3 things. So it was a walk away. So it meant that we didn't have to pack anything up. We left. And I still got there an hour early, had my breakfast, and my first AC senses were tingling. And so I went up to the set, and the first thing I see is my DP saying, we need to move. all of these carts and we need to move those and we need to put this here. You know, we need to move Video Village into here. And I was the only one there. So I told her, okay, I'm going to move immediately what I can out of the way. And by then, the utility, who's also always very early, he's great about doing that, was able to get there. And we were able to move stuff so they could get their rehearsal in, because they needed to start the rehearsal. They needed to work everything out. So because of the fact that I was there early, I was able to help start the day more effectively. So always be on time. And that means being early. It does not mean getting there right at call time, because you might have to park somewhere that they then have to shuttle you somewhere. Always be looking at the situation, looking at your call sheet, seeing if it's a shuttle ride 20 minutes away from parking, seeing, you know, if you have all of these check-ins, because now we have COVID testing. We have, you know, we have these insane pre-calls to make sure we get COVID tested, and then you get food, and then you can start your day. So always be mindful of that, always. But yeah, so those are some of my words of wisdom. And I think Rachel has a lovely resource board for us.
I hope it's not mirrored. That's what I can say. You can hold it up.
Oh, it's probably mirrored,
I
but
think it is mirrored.
oh,
Oh, no, it's not.
no, it's not.
Right at the back off the camera though.
Yeah, I got you. No.
Yeah. So we have some resources for y'all to check out if you do want to learn more. Like I said, there's no way we could have tackled everything. It would have been impossible.
Yeah, I got you.
So the top two are what we call the camera Bibles. If you want to be a camera assistant, read these two books.
The camera.
If you want to learn how to assist on film, read these two books. We also have great workshops at soc.org. The SOC provides amazing workshops. Like I said, there's so many things available now during COVID. And then we also have Study School is a great resource to learn from. And also the Black and Blue is actually a pretty helpful resource for me coming up and learning. They also have great camera cheat sheets for menus. So that's all stuff to check out.
Yeah, and with COVID, a lot of these places are now providing a bunch of webinars. I know that the SOC did a great thing about transitioning from reality to scripted. They also have great roundtables. Study School is another great one because they're actively not only training Steadicam operators, but they're also training ACs as well. They do have AC classes that you can take. And I know before COVID, a lot of these types of things were more in person. Also, if you're in 600, if you're new to 600 and say you want to take a workshop, they have workshops on being a utility, on being a DIT, second, a first, all of these great tools that you can use. So look out there. There's tons of webinars nowadays. I know that like Women in Media also has great workshops and webinars. But really, because of COVID, there's a lot of great tools that have come out, and a lot of these companies have really tried really hard to put together these workshops that they've recorded and everything as well that you can look back on. And Matt Borick's also saying he's one of the ones that leads up Study School. So he's a great person to talk to about that. He teaches the focus pulling portion, and he also, I do believe, has been creating videos like this as well.
So I definitely want to get to questions from you all. Thank you all so much for your time. So I do want to take the last, probably up till 6 o'clock or so. I don't want to keep everyone here at BCINE too long, but we can go ahead and take questions for the next 15 to 20 minutes. If anyone has anything that they feel like wasn't addressed, or if there's something they're more curious about. Bianca has been looking for us.
Yeah, I think Julia Pasternak had good questions regarding marking rings. One of them
Sure.
was, what are the quick tricks when you don't have pre-marked rings and no prep time? And then she also
Sure.
had a question on the manual follow focus. You know, how do you go about marking that?
Sure. You want to speak on it?
So with marking rings, especially if you don't have a prep, typically a kit will come with like a few blank ones. And you might not, unfortunately, depending on if it's like a DP operator's kit, they might not have all of them, which is a very unfortunate thing. But a lot of times if I show up, this happens a lot to me on music videos. If I show up on a music video and I'm handed a wireless follow focus system and it has a bunch of blank rings, they basically, you know, I've talked to the rental houses in advance if I can, like Rachel said earlier, to at least tell them like, hey, this is probably the amount of rings that I have. But if it's a owner operator, sometimes you're stuck with what they have, rather unfortunately. But what I typically try and do is while my second AC is setting everything else up, I will start mapping the lenses immediately. So a lot of times with the blank ring, you can do it a couple of different ways. I like to, just so I don't have to like wipe it off of the actual ring later, I normally put tape on it. A lot of times you can do e-tape or you can do you can do gaff tape. I normally will strip it and put it around, and then I'll calibrate the lens and start mapping the actual ring itself. So you have to sit there and manually like put it there, write it out. And you'll go all the way through, and you have to do that for all of the lenses. And what I typically tell them, if I don't get a prep, I need, you know, well, my second setting up everything, I need an hour to at least build the camera and get these rings marked. And they kind of, you know, I tell them, I'm sorry, like this is what it takes, unfortunately. Now, if there is a scenario where you don't have enough rings, I would talk to the DP and see which lenses they're going to gravitate more towards throughout the day, if you can. And specifically mark those. Sometimes like, you know, a 50 and a 40 might have a very similar setup. You might get really lucky with that. But, you know, unfortunately, we run into these positions a lot whenever we don't have a prep. If you have a prep, sometimes you might be handed a single channel hand unit, so you're not going to get all of these lovely things. And with a single channel hand unit, you get all blank rings. So at a prep, you would go through and do the same thing. Obviously, you have more time at a prep to do that. And then, do you want to talk about the manual?
Yeah. Just because I don't have a blank ring.
I think there's a blank one over here.
So when you're looking at a hand unit, there's these little notches, right, where the ring locks into. So what I've actually done in the past, great. If you have like a really low budget, let's say you only have one blank ring and you have a full set of primes and you're like, great, I have to map all these and what am I gonna do, right? How do I keep up? So what I do actually is I'll get white gaff tape and I will trim it and I will make them all the same exact length. And I will actually mark with a Sharpie on the ring where the tape starts. And then I know I can literally take the tape off of the ring, plop it onto the lens case when I switch lenses, take the tape from the other lens that I'm switching to, throw it on, and it's already mapped, done. Don't have to write it out or whatever. Did it at the beginning of the day. And another great tool in your toolbox, and this comes with communication, right? And working with your DP, you say like, yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the prep, so we didn't get to map the rings at the prep, but the time that we take at the beginning of the day is going to save you time exponentially throughout the day. So like giving them that guarantee that the time you take now ultimately saves you minutes, which can turn into hours later. So it's really just selling like the best solutions that you have for them and getting creative with it. Like if you have to use tape, you have to use tape. For marking MFFs, though, we don't typically mark like full maps on the actual rings because once again, you should be next to the camera if you're on an MFF. So you should be able to see the focus marks on the actual knob that you're pulling. And Lauren has a ring right next to me here actually that you can see. So that little marker that I had in my waist pouch is called a Stapler pen. I'll actually use that to mark a mark on the ring. And what you do is you line up that line with. So there's actually a witness mark on the MFF itself that you can rotate with a locking knob. And you can use that as your witness point. So you're really setting specific focus marks and not necessarily writing out the distances all the way around. And what I was talking about, a caret, the nickname for like a triangle piece of tape. So you can have your second cut what's called carets. A lot of people use fluorescent orange. And some people prefer not to use a marker at all on this because they don't want to, especially during COVID, they don't want to like lick their finger or erase it somehow. So a lot of people like to use tape actually, and they'll use a caret to say like, all right, here's my mark right there, right? And then I know that like once I snap that in, I can like rotate it, get it to the witness mark here, and that's my mark. So that's generally how you would mark on an MFF. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
There are some union questions that I think Matt has been answering through text.
Thanks, Matt.
And then
One meeting and working.
You're welcome.
something came up when you were controlling the camera of the ND. I think there was a question about, how to calculate the compensation. But I feel like that's more of like the cinematographer would do that, right? Or you actually
Actually,
that.
the first assistant often knows how to compensate better than a DP.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, and you actually do need to know those exposure changes. So typically for NDs, you should always speak with the manufacturer to get the exact stop loss. But typically speaking, every time you jump a 0.3 in ND, that's one stop.
So think about it in multiplication. So 3 times 1. So each time that you're like multiplying it to get to the next thing, like that 1, so a 6 is 2 stops, a 9 is 3 stops, 1, 2, 4. So the best thing that you can do, especially if they don't have control of iris, is whenever you're throwing an ND in, go ahead and set it, and then they'll tell you if they want a different one. But like what I typically like to do is like, if I know that they're going to be at a 2.8 and I throw the 1, 2 in, I'll go ahead and shift to the 2.8. But always like talk to them about what stop they generally want to be at. So that way you can help them make that call. Because I've definitely Rachel and I have both worked with DPs that don't necessarily like think that way. And so you have to tell them, yeah, if you're stacking this Pola and this ND, this is where you're going to end up. It's going to be 5 or 6 stops of loss, and then helping them sometimes calculate that. But some of them are really great at it. Some of them speak in ASA as well. So you do need to know how to calculate that for them as well. If they're talking about, going from 500 to 640 or to 800, you need to be able to calculate that stop loss for them sometimes to know like sometimes you have to, some DPs will ask you to put the ND in that they expect you to know to get them to the stop that they need.
Yeah, like I've shown up on some, for example, I showed up on a narrative film one time, a DP that I had never worked with before. First thing he said when I showed up was, I like to be wide open, so throw in whatever you have to. So he trusted me to know the compensation. So, and sometimes, you'll work with a DP that maybe has been directing more, maybe they just don't have like that level of technical expertise, and they really will lean on you to know the photographic exposure side of it. So as a first, it is important to kind of know your math and knowing the tricks of like doubling and halving and what one stop is. If I shift from a 180 shutter to a 90, how much light difference is that? We know all that. So it's taking the time to learn that all. The books that we pointed out go into some of that.
Yeah, you in every sense of the word are a technician.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to, from a technical point, tell them, the difference between something, because they lean on you to be sort of their encyclopedia of camera knowledge. Because some DPs, like Rachel said, they might have been more director, but there are a lot of DPs that they start out in lighting, so they don't know the technical sides of the camera. Some DPs, of course, start out in camera, but for the DPs that start out in lighting, they're not going to know where to even push a button. Like they don't know the first thing about it. They rely heavily on you to know all of the menu systems for every single camera, and they rely on you to know the difference between like, a different filter company for them, or what a lens might do, because you actually work with more lenses than a DP does. DPs are on projects for very long amounts of time. We have the ability to jump from project to project. So you need to be able, like our DPs have asked me, what is a good zoom that matches with this set? They will ask you questions like that. So you need to make sure that you can provide those answers. What filters are going to give me the best look for this? Mm-hmm. Sometimes they will ask you that, and you need to be able to help provide them an answer. And if you don't know the answer, don't make up an answer. Find out the answer for them. Tell them, I haven't worked with that yet. Let me find out the answer for you. Never, never, never say, oh yeah, it's totally this. Like, yeah, it's going to cut 4 stops. And then they do 4 stops. And then the dailies, it's like blown out as hell. Like make sure that you do your homework before that, because that is directly affecting the image, directly affecting them. You don't want to give them some ill advice if they're trusting you with their image, because that's what they are ultimately doing with you as a focus puller. They are trusting you with their image. You have to be able to give them the technical standpoints.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. If you don't know the answer, it's much better, and no shame to say you don't know, much better than just saying something that is not true. I think last one but not least, about shoes. What are your favorite shoes and for working?
Oh my gosh, I can show you guys my new shoes.
Yeah, you can show your new shoes. I'll pull off my shoe and show it as well.
Yeah, I literally got these. I think they came yesterday, so I'm actually very excited. Shoes are very important. Support and taking care of your body, stretching, staying hydrated, so critically important. We work very long hours. We work in hard conditions sometimes. We carry heavy stuff around all the time. You have to be physically able and mobile and comfy, and we're not the largest people, and this is heavy stuff, and it weighs down on your joints, so cushion support is important. So I actually got let me see if I can do a high kick maybe. I got my Ultra Boost.
Can you zoom out, Lauren, so we can see? Just pull off the shoes.
Oh yeah, thank you.
That's COVID safe.
So I got my Ultra Boost, lots of cushion, very comfy, very wonderful. But I actually have different shoes with different levels of cushion support that I like to switch out depending on the job. And then I have like heavy duty hiking boots. I have snowshoes for when I do snow shoots. Yeah, important footwear, clothing choices, staying comfortable, bring it all with you to work, be prepared to be thrown into any scenario. Because it sucks to be pulling focus when you're freezing. And believe me, the shaking transfers.
And oftentimes you're on your feet for over 12 hours a day. Like Rachel normally pulls focus sitting. I like to pull focus standing. So I'm on my feet a whole lot. But I'll pull off the shoe that I'm wearing. This is a Blundstone. These are really great. They're super supportive. They normally just take like a few days to break in. They're very durable, waterproof, all of that jazz. They're very popular in Australia. They wear these things like they're slippers practically out there. But these I found are really great for set. They're very comfortable and great for high terrain as well. You know, like if you're shooting, you know, out in the mountains, or you know, if you're shooting in an area where it's pretty wet, but you need to have good grip. Those are very great. I also have like Ultra Boost, like Rachel does. I have a couple of pairs. I have Star Wars themed ones. I'm a very big Star Wars fan. But those have great support, good tread on the bottom. It's very important because we often are pushing carts up hills or pulling or like getting them down hills. You know, you need to make sure you have a lot of traction and you need to change out your shoes. Some people like to change them out after lunch. You know, they'll do like a switch out. Some people change them out every other day. I'm kind of an every other day person. It's important because you don't want to wear out a shoe too quickly, especially if it's one that you really like. But also, you need to give your feet breaks from certain types of support, you know, so that way your feet, you'll feel it after wearing the same pair for several days. Sometimes you don't quite know why, but your feet will start to feel tired. You do get foot fatigue from stuff like this, and you can create back problems from it as well. So make sure that you're being mindful of that. Like Rachel was saying, stretching is important. Our back is such an important tool in this industry. Just because you're not camera operating doesn't mean you're not carrying around everything, standing around for 12 hours at a time. So you need to really take care of all of those types of parts of your body, because a healthy body is going to help you perform your job more effectively.
I think I saw one question on like anamorphic focus pulling, which I feel like is a good one.
Oh yeah, do you have any tips for anamorphic lens focus pulling?
Yeah, so anamorphic really is just understanding the optic changes, and this goes back to understanding really your camera and exposure and optical knowledge. Really just understanding what an anamorphic lens does and why they were created in the first place. But generally speaking, anamorphic it encroaches on your depth of field more. It's more challenging. There's generally a larger circle of confusion, which is a term that goes into lens optics that's described more in the books that we provided in the resources. You can also Google to learn about circle of confusion. But essentially, it's the window of error in which something is deemed as being in focus, or generally considerably in focus. So when you're looking at your depth of field and what's considered critical, that window is your circle of confusion in a sense. So what you're dealing with on anamorphic oftentimes, and you probably saw this actually when you were, if anyone watched Moonlight, when you go towards the corners of the frame, it doesn't matter if you're dead on. Some lenses, anamorphic lenses, just fall apart at the corners. It's just, it's never going to look sharp. You're never going to get there. And that's just the optics of the lens. So part of it is also understanding that circle of confusion and working with that and working with your operator. So you can say, like, if that's a moment that like really needs to be tack sharp, like here's where they need to be in the frame. The Kawas are notorious for that. Yeah, so it's really just understanding the optical science of that and how they shift and differ from pulling on a spherical lens, which comes with experience and practice, of course.
And also, for instance, I'll tell like two stories. I did a movie that got into Sundance, hooray for it, but we were shooting on anamorphics, and the DP, she relied heavily on me to be watching where she needed to frame in a shot. It was very, very important. And she also talked to me about where the lens falls apart the most. So what stop she needed to be at. So, you know, typically if we would be doing less headroom, if the actor fell right, like their eyes fell right where it fell apart, and she didn't want that, she would talk to me about where in the frame I could see like the lens was behaving better. It's very, very important to be spot on about those types of things, because, you know, if an actor is giving a really great performance, but their eye is just completely blurred out because of that anamorphics circle of confusion starting like, basically you always see that like in the middle it's in focus, looks nice and sharp on a lot of them, and then it just falls apart as it goes out, like Rachel said. So just being very, very knowledgeable about where a lens set and even specific lenses, because, you know, the 40 might behave really well at this stop and come together, but the 100 could really fall apart at that stop and they need to close down a little bit more. And also, I did a movie a couple of years ago where it was the DP's first time shooting anamorphics, and she didn't understand the fall off that happened. So we had a Steadicam shot and I was pulling focus by distance, so just by eye, and she kept on saying it was soft at this one point, and the operator had to point out to her, it's because where you have the actor put for blocking, it's on that part of the lens where it's falling apart. He's like, look, she nailed it every single time. She had it right at focus every single time. It's just where it was falling apart. So making sure that, you know, if you're working with a DP, this is less likely nowadays because anamorphic is used so much. But with a DP that's new to a particular lens set, whether it's spherical or anamorphic, you help walk them through it. I have a lot of DPs that ask me, at what exposure do these lenses really show their prowess? Where do they look the best? And a lot of DPs like to shoot wide open nowadays, but a lens might look the best at a 2.8 or at a 4 and might just come together beautifully. So if you can tell the DP, this is where it comes together at, especially they don't have a lens test that they can do, that helps them whenever they're thinking about lighting as well.
I think we have time maybe for like one last question, and then we'll have to wrap it up. Is there a really good one, Bianca?
Yes, Matthew is pointing out here. Thanks,
Oh yes,
Matthew. You're my
networking
helper.
tips on meeting and working with team members. Yes,
About
so
connect.
joining the union and when to kind of shift your network. So this is actually something that I navigated myself. It's really a personal choice because it is an economic commitment to join the union. You definitely have to pay your initiation and your dues, and it's a good chunk. It's also hard to continue paying dues for some members when they feel like they're not getting a lot of union work, or maybe their network's not in that place. What I personally waited to do is when I first moved to Los Angeles, in the beginning, I was working for free just to meet anyone because I didn't know anybody. I was one of the first people from my class at the school that I went to kind of move down here. So I didn't have too much of a network really to latch onto or anything. I was really on my own and just kind of working with anyone that I could to learn and grow and keep building. And I honestly waited until I had to turn down union jobs a couple times before I decided to fully join, and I felt like my network was in a place where paying the dues and the initiation and everything was going to be worth it, you know. And even after that, though, it took a couple of years to probably build up my network from where I wasn't, you know, day playing on union things to be more regularly working on union shows and being able to get you know, my health insurance and things like that. A lot of the benefits that we all look towards for the union. So really, it's tricky and it's a per person basis, and it's really your call. But I would say that if you have a couple contacts at least, it's going to be worth it, because through those contacts, most likely, it's kind of funny. I feel like the higher up you go, the smaller the world gets. And so typically, you know, once you start meeting those people, they're most likely going to show you other people that have also been doing this for a long time, and they're very talented. And if you're working hard and you're holding up your reputation, and you're, you know, you're working on all these things that Lauren and I have been talking about, and you're being really solid about it, hopefully your work is going to show for itself, and those people are going to be dishing out your name, and you're going to be getting calls. um, I think people's work really speaks for itself. People don't get called for a reason. So if you want to get called, just really show up and do your best.
I think that like my union story is kind of similar to Rachel's. So I moved down after completing grad school, and I had a network, you know, like people, because Rachel graduated before me. She was in the undergrad program, and so she was already down here. We had a couple of other people down here, and what I kind of did was I immediately hit the ground running. You know, I touched base with everybody that I knew that was already down here, and just started working as much as I could. And I really focused on building up a network. And like Rachel said, you know, because in the beginning, you're also trying to collect days to be in the union, because there's one of two ways to do it. You collect 100 non-union days in 3 years that contract services says these are good, these aren't. You know, you can go back and forth about that, or you can get on a show that flips. So it flips from non-union to union, and then you know, you might get 30 days and get in, but so you would get 30 union days in 1 year. But a lot of times what I've told people is when joining the union, you really need to, like Rachel said, to see that you have a network going for it, and kind of to sort of network with 600 people. There's a lot of ways to do that. You know, before COVID, there were open houses that people would put on all the time. So there's like the JL Fisher barbecue is a really great one, or 600 puts on like an open house. The ASC, they put on an open house. There's all of these companies, you know, rental houses, they'll do it as well. They put on these open houses. Go to the open house, say hello to people, tell them what you do, be confident about it, be confident about what you do. Because I mean, I've gotten jobs like a DP that I've worked with for years now. I met them at the JL Fisher barbecue. They had just lost their beefers. They needed somebody to come in and replace them. And just like that, I was on this feature, and I've worked with her for years now. You know, so it really taking the time to go to the networking opportunities. And I know that right now with COVID, that's a little hard, but a lot of these companies are also doing these online open houses, you know, or going to these types of networking events, you know, where we're teaching a workshop and you're commenting and you're saying hello to people. That's very important as well. But for the biggest thing that I tell people is, if you want to join the union, make sure that you have experience. You don't want to join the union too early and you get on that big union job and you don't know what to do. The politics of bigger shows is much more vast. In non-union, you get to touch more things. In union, you don't touch that grip stand. they touch that grip stand. You don't touch that plant right there. That greens person touches that plant. And then you need to know the hierarchy. Like there's a whole big thing that comes along with bigger budgets. So you need to make sure that you're properly experienced and prepared. And I know that we have positions in the union, like the utility position that is a little bit more, on you're running batteries, you're coordinating with the rental house, you're doing people's paperwork, like submitting their time cards, helping move around, wireless systems and everything, helping keeping everybody supplied with stuff. So like if you feel like you're ready to join the union, but you're not ready to be in a focus pulling position or a second AC position, sometimes it's really good to join as a utility. It's a position that doesn't require you to have days. You can just join and you pay the money and you're in, because it's a non-roster position is what they call it. A roster position is you have to be on the roster to work on the big stages, basically. A non-roster position, you don't have to collect days, you can just join, basically. And so if you want to be in the union, but you're not ready to be in a position like Rachel and I, you can join as a utility and you can go and day play on sets. That's a really like day playing on sets helps you get a bigger network because you get to meet more people. When I started out in the union, I was a C first on a lot of shows. So I would be brought in, have to catch up to speed. But I was A firsting on non-union shows. So that helped me get more people in my network by going and day playing for them and doing a good job. That's very, very important. And because our union is so versatile, you can work on both union and non-union. So you will find a lot of union people on non-union jobs. You'll find it all the time and perform for them at your 110%. I'm going to hire somebody that I know has a good attitude and is a hard worker. They might not know like everything about the position, but if they have a good attitude and they're a hard worker, I'm going to want to be around them for 12 hours. I'm not going to want to be around the douchebag that's constantly telling me, well, this is how I would do it. And they're the camera PA,
Am I the douchebag?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah.
But there's tons of ways to get out there and network, and don't be afraid to ask people questions. That's how you learn. That's also how people learn who you are. Be confident in the position that you want. I always tell people that if you're on a set that day to be the second AC, be the second AC. Don't be trying to take the other person's job that's above you. You are there to be the best second AC that you are meant to be. If you want to be an operator, great, but you were hired to be the second. Be the second. Just because they're going to probably hire you for some seconding jobs, you can develop a reputation with them. And then you can have that talk with them, like when they finally say, so what do you ultimately want to do? And you say, well, I want to be a camera operator. Now they know you want to be a camera operator, but they also know that you can work really hard and you're good at the position that they put you in. So when they move up to DP one day, they'll go, hey, you want to be a camera operator? I've got this low budget, like Lifetime movie that I need an operator on. Do you want to do it? So constantly be there and do the job that you are supposed to be doing. Very, very important. That is what you were hired to do.
Well, I think we better wrap it up because we're like so over. But huge thank you to Bianca, Vicini again. Thank you all so much for spending your time with us. I hope you all got to learn a lot. Like I said, I wish we could touch on everything, but there's just no way it would have been possible. I hope this was a great crash course and that you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Enjoy the holiday. Be safe out there and take care.